Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. Reset Chat here. As well, I said, I promised to try and get at least a video out every week. It looks like Wednesday is probably going to be the best day for that. So, well, as previously discussed, here we are. We were going to do some real-world Delta Ops today. We'll go down to Fort Myers from Atlanta, and we'll turn the aircraft around and come back to Atlanta. So, thanks for joining here today, Max. I appreciate you. I hope you've at least learned something from the stream. That's the whole point of this stream here. So, yeah, thanks for joining along. Let's see. Today, looks like the flight. Let's go ahead and pull this up for you guys here. Just an hour and 22 minutes of flight time. Oops. Down to Fort Myers. I was taking a look at the weather earlier. I think it should be clear all the way down there. Let's do this. That's. Let's see, what do we got here? Yeah, looks like it's pretty clear. There's some scattered storms way out towards the west here, but it looks like it should be a pretty good day to fly. Broken, yeah, looks like marginal VFR down there as it is right now in Atlanta. Scattered 1200 broken here. Some thunderstorms, I guess, in the area, or at least forecasted later for today. So anyway, all that being said, should be a pretty good day to fly. So let's go ahead and hop on the aircraft here now. Kind of hopping on here a little late. Generally speaking, you know, you want to be in the aircraft about 45 minutes before the scheduled departure time here, but we should have plenty of time to get the aircraft set up. Now, that being said, I did hop on board here earlier and got the aircraft set up in a way where we would turn it around as if it just came in from somewhere else. So I do apologize for, I'm not sure why this, like, it's as lit up as it is. As soon as I put the jetway on, it got all bright like this. So anyway, apologize about that. But that being said, the aircraft is set up for the most part as it would be if it just came in from a different destination here. So we'll go ahead and set up the IRS to nav, and I think for the most part the overhead's already set up as it should be. So yaw dampers are on. We've got the left and right hydraulic pumps on. Everything else is off. The electric panel looks just fine. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and get ahead of this and turn the APU on here. Emergency lights are armed. Engine start. I'll leave it on the first, on number one starter here. Let's see, pumps are good. Lights good. Window heat's good. Seatbelt signs can come on. We are going to set 30 feet here for Fort Myers. Hey John, welcome to the channel, man. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see, logo light. Okay, leave that off for now. And then our pneumatic panel looks to be set up pretty. Yeah, everything's set up just fine here. MCP, flight director's on, auto throttle is armed, flight director armed on my side as well too, and we'll slide over towards the lights here. Whoops, sorry guys. Lights, we'll test oxygen, and then altimeter, let's see, is that's tough. 3008, and I'll bug 1,000 feet there. We'll slide over to the standby and the captain's altimeter. 3008, 3008 as well. Whoops. All right, I guess let's see here. we've got oil looks good, and we've got no magenta RFs for our hydraulic quantity there, and then oxygen pressure looks good as well too. So 1736. I'm going to jot that number down really quick, and I will tell you guys why we do that later. AutoBrakes RTO. We'll come back and set up the FMS here in 1 second, and then we can zero out our decision height on captain's side and on my side as well. And that should be it for now. The radios are, oh yeah, we do have, so center did come online actually, so let's go ahead and set, oh, I'll leave that at 22.8, and then set center up on 132. 97. All right, let's go ahead and put the flight plan in here. So position, we shall, is this quick align or not? Not a quick align, 5 minutes, that's fine. All right, route, ATL. Fort Myers, we are Delta 1153. Take a look at my clearance here. So Bang 3, Lock Honed, Quebec 81 to Nikki, Plier, Tiny 4. And I think, are we going westbound or eastbound today? So 003, it's probably 9 left, Bang 3, Luck. And I'm just going to go ahead and activate that for now. What did I say? Luck, and then Honed. Quebec 81. Whoops. To Nikki. Plier. And then I'm just going to execute that for now. We'll go to, I think it's a Tiny 4 from Plier. And which way is the wind blowing? So winds are calm out of Fort Myers, and the TAF says that they are supposed to, it's variable as of the latest TAF, but later on it's supposed to be out of the southwest, so they very well might be departing. You know what, we'll plan for 6 right now, and if that changes later, then we'll just change it later. And this is Fogan, why not? Fogan it is, route, execute. And I would like to go with I think full boats. I said 199. Let's go ahead and load the aircraft up here with 199. Okay, 170. And let's make this zero fuel weight match here. 167.6. 160, it's the 1,100 pounds. 676, there we go. And our fuel, 18.1. Let's just go ahead and round that up to 18.2 because our fueler is nice like that. And optimize CG. Looks like it's already optimized, so let's go ahead and load that on board. And let's see, cruise altitude of 37. Cost index is 50. Cruise wind. Average cruise wind of 120 at 23. And then we'll say 2000 on the KO snip size. And then our reserves, let's go back here. I'll just add the contingency and the reserve fuel for for a total of, we'll just round it up to 4.7. Alrighty, let's see. How long do we have here until these guys align? 2 minutes. Let's bug our runway heading here, and it's not looking right now. Well, let's see. Good lord, man. These gauges are so hard to read right now. It says 131.4, and we're looking for 18.2. Alright, well, we still got 10 minutes, so we got plenty of time before the scheduled departure time here. I suppose we can do a pre-flight checklist here. Alright, so pre-flight checklist, oxygen mask has been tested, pressurization mode selector is auto. Flight instruments check, parking brake is set, and gear pins, sure, removed. Pre-flight checklist is complete, and you know what I am missing? So, first flight of the, well, not first flight of the day, but before every flight, we're going to test the takeoff config, which here does not work, so there it is. Reset our utility buses, and then once our iris is aligned, we can do the weather test here. So I think we got another 1 minute. Since APU is up and running, I'm going to disconnect the ground power there, and we'll get the APU up and running. Let's go ahead and disconnect the ground, air, and power. All right, irises are aligned here, so let's go ahead and test our weather radar. Set that test, weather, and weather. Well, if this was working as advertised, we should get a little rainbow display here for our weather radar, but I'm not sure why it is not working. Okay, well, I hope we won't need it today. All right, let's turn that off then. Looks like, oops, stuttering. We're stuttering. Don't know what that's all about. All right, zero fuel weight. Set takeoff. We are going to depart flaps 5. Thrust will be rate to 42. That's a kind of like an average number that I tend to see. CG, I'll go ahead and set that there, 4.0, and then I'm just going to steal the speeds from here. 134, 137, 142, and go to index approach to get our flaps 5 and our flaps up bug speed. So it's flaps 5 bug speed is going to be flaps 30 reference speed plus 40, so that's 167, and then flaps 0 or flaps up bug speed is going to be our reference plus 80 knots, so that should be 167 and what, 207. And what's nice about setting the bug speed here is, once you set your bugs here, it should just do that automatically for us, and we should see 167, roughly, a little bit of parallax there, 167 and 207. And what I like to do is go ahead and bug our reference, or let's see, 142. Oh no. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We just crashed. Okay, well, there's that. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Stand by. Let's go ahead and see if we can get the sim back up and running. Um, God, I love X-Plane. Max, do the engines start as quickly in real life as it are depicted in the sim? They do not here. That was kind of one thing that I wish the update would have fixed. No, generally, the quickest I've had an engine start is roughly about like from the process of actually flipping the switch to the start, and then from when we consider it stabilized took about like a minute and like 10 seconds or so. Now the longest it's ever taken is like close to 2.5 minutes, and I was had a little bit of a pucker factor there because it took a while for the N1 to get all the way up to 20 before it started to stabilize. But yeah, it starts way too quick in the sim right now, so kind of what it is. I've never had this thing start like that, so I'm not sure if it was just that sim or what there, but we'll do our best to get the aircraft loaded back up again. Sorry about that, guys. Ah, boy, fun times. Well, hey, I hope everyone else's day is going well so far. Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale. Alrighty, take two. Let's try this again. Let's get some power here. AC, chocks, and open the door. And let's go ahead and load the aircraft up here while we're doing everything else. So, I think it's 1100 and 18.2. Nope, nope, no fuel truck. There we go. Okay, let's just do this really quickly here. So, battery, auto. That's so weird. I don't know why it does that. Nav. Yaw dampers on. APU will go ahead and turn her on. Emergency lights armed. Auto. Everything else is good. Window heat on. Smoking sign, seatbelt signs on. Auto 1. And 30 feet. Open up our cabin or flight deck door here. And then we'll just set these to the 12 o'clock position. Close enough anyway. Trimmer on, isolation valve is open. Auto throttle on, flight vectors on. 10,000 feet's fine. Let's go back to log on. FF757. And I'll tell you what, I know I was playing around with Traffic Global yesterday. Let's make sure that these are turned off. Maybe, I don't know if I had anything to do with this. Let's see here. Said altimeter is 3008. That is ridiculously hard to see. Here's 8. 3008. Oxygen, lights are good. ICAS, 16 quarts, still fine. Hydraulics good, oxygen's good. Auto brakes RTO, and 0 out that, and 0 out this DH. And I think if I go here, real times, no. So let's just have this guy align instantly if it'll let us do that. 6 minutes. Uh-oh. Maybe not. Well, it'll take us some time to fill out all this information anyway, so let's go ahead and do this again. Fort Myers, Delta 1153, 9 left, bang 3, look, activate, lock 2, boned, and Quebec 81, 2, Nikki, fire, and that sets us up for the Tiny 4 plier transition, Fogan, and that looks good, save for the discount, which is fixed there. And then we said 4.7 on our reserves. Sounds like they've filled up the airplane already. Cruise was 120 at, where is it? 120 at 23. 2,000 feet, ICAO step size, 3,000 or 37,000 feet, and 50 for the cost index. Takeoff was 5. Gonna derate at 42, CG is 24, trims 4.0, and then we said 1, 3, 4, 37, 42, which should give us a flap ref of 67 and 207-ish. It's close enough. And runway heading set here. I don't think it'll let me. So now in a real aircraft, you can arm the VNAV and LNAV even if your IRSs are not in a line right now. But that's all right there, I think. Apart from our IRSs aligning, and then running the before start or before or pre-flight checklist rather, we're good to go. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and do that real quick, and then actually I take that back. I'm getting ahead of myself here, so we need to actually brief, do a departure brief beforehand. So let's take a look at the weather once again really quick. So weather-wise, we've got, let's actually take a look at what it says here on VATSIM. It is information kilo. They are departing, you use 9 left and 8 right. Looks like IFR weather generally, so meters 3008. We're going eastbound, so if we really need to, we can come back here on just a normal Cat 1 approach. From runway, or rather from Bravo 1, which is where we are currently parked, we'll push back to the north here, and we'll start both engines and either take Lima to Mike 2 or Lima 5 to Mike, and Lima 5 Mike and then Mike 2 for 9 left. More or less 12,000 feet of runway. Our nav is going to be the bang 3. Grits transition, so it's going to be Grits to Heisman. Let's go ahead and check this in the box here. Grits to Heisman. And then Heisman at 250, that is in the box as well too. Then all the way down to bang and luck with the minimum safe altitude at 3,100 feet. In the event we need to abort, it's just going to be the 4 big items: engine fire, failure. If we don't think the aircraft is going to fly for whatever reason, and geez, what's the other one? Fire, failure, wind shear, and we just don't think the aircraft's going to fly. Other than that, I'm probably forgetting something here, but that'll work for now. Let's go ahead and do the B4 takeoff. Geez, what am I talking about? Done a pre-flight already, so let's run through this. Okay, and then before start checklist. So before start checklist, fuel check. So essentially, let's make sure that we've got the fuel that we need on board, which is really hard to see, but it says 18.2, and that is what we need. That's check. Passenger signs are on. Windows closed, lock. MCP is set. Takeoff thrust is set. Takeoff speeds are checked. CD pre-flight is complete. Right now, on trim set. Takeoff, taxi and takeoff briefing has been complete. Flight deck door is not locked yet, and red anti-collision light is not quite on yet. So as soon as we get the IRS, which we only have another 2 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and you know, tell you what, let's just go ahead and shut the door. And let's disconnect everything so that when the IRS does come on, hey there, Southwest, we can just go ahead and get out of here. So APU, I think I already said that's up and running, right? It did. Let's disconnect the ground power. GPU's off, fuel truck's gone, and just turn air off. Chocks, and I think that's everything. Let's actually shut the door as well. Airplane. Let's get some air in here. Let's see. All right, that door's shut. What else do we need to disconnect? Let's go ahead and get rid of the jetway. And pre-plan our push. Yeah, it's good enough. Alrighty. Anti-collision light on, checklist. Flight the door is closed and locked down. Anti-collision light is on. Before start checklist, excuse me, is complete. And I know if I don't do this later, the flight attendant is going to keep bugging me for it. So safety demonstration, that's good enough. All right, irises are aligned. I'll go ahead and set this up the way I like it. So go to plan mode, airports, and traffic on. I'm just going to do the same thing for the skipper side here. Traffic on. Good. And I think we're still connected onto that sim. There. And make sure the radios are set up here. Because they are not. Let's see, 13297. And it gave me a squawk earlier. It's supposed to be squawking 31, 34. It's really hard to see. 31, 34. And I'll go to Alt on. Actually, since it's, yeah, actually it's Captain's leg, so we'll just leave that on 1. And start pushback.
Net Jupep cleared RNAV 6 into speedway for .com 4180.
Turn the speaker on here. All right, a little bit late for the departure here, but
November 131 Charlie Sierra, thank you. Runway 21 right.
we'll do our best to make up some time.
And golf. Advise holding short.
Oh, I think earlier I was saying, so when we look down at our reference speed here, I like to use, so 142 is a V2. I'm going to bug 142 plus 15 here, and I like to arm VNAV and LNAV as well. But the 157 is essentially a speed for me to aim for when we rotate. So initially, the flight director is going to be a little delayed. It's going to lag a little bit once we start to rotate. So initially, I'll rotate to 15 degrees, nose up, and aim for whatever the V2 plus 15 speed is. And then at roughly about that point, that's when I'll just start to follow the flight director. But the flight director kind of will lag behind initially. So 15 degrees, nose up is what I'll aim for initially, and then start to follow the flight director. But okay, so since beacons on, fuel pumps on, hydraulic panel is set, and turn the recirc fan on, and that should be it. Alright, parking brake released.
Delta 7931, do you want to go ahead and descend then?
And you may start engines.
I think we could chalked off already. Yeah,
Delta
chalks are off.
7931, descend and maintain
It's before
10
taxi
bound.
checklist. Look at it.
1010,000. Delta 7931.
Whoa.
3119, clear to Bob Z, climb
Oh,
level
shoot.
220.
Sorry about that, guys. That scared the crap out of me. Parking brake's off.
.com 4180, descend and maintain 4,000, pilot's discretion at 3 for traffic. And descend and maintain 4, pilot's discretion at 3, .com 4180.
Alright, so Bob's already given us permission to start the engines here, so APU bleed, air switch off, packs to off. APU bleed, the air switch back on, and we've got more than enough duct pressure there, so let's go ahead and start the left engine. Let's start my timer up here on the clock.
Takeoff Southwest 3902. Endeavor 5156, centers closing, radar service terminated for exchange approved. Endeavor 5156.
Turn the fuel control switch to
Delta 194,
run.
centers closing, radar service terminated for exchange approved.
Oh, looks like center's going away.
Unicom, Delta 194, how you have a great rest of your day. You too, see you later. Rouge 1646, centers closing, radar service terminated for exchange approved.
Man, I really hope it's. I don't know what this bloom thing's going on right now. This is really annoying.
You too, goodbye.
It's not my light mod, is it?
Delta 7931, descend and maintain 7,000 on lower for shortly.
7,000. Delta
Alright, parking brake is set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Controls. I have no idea, but man, it's really making things hard to see right now.
November 121, Charlie Sierra, flight runway heading, runway 2, 1 right, clear for takeoff.
Alright, engine's up and started here. Looks like it's rolling. Nope. AGT's still going up, but it looks like it's stable start. I'll go ahead and restart the clock here. And duct pressure is good. Let's start the second engine.
Centers closing, radar service terminated for exchange approved.
Start the timer.
Exchange approved, Delta 2250, see you later.
There's max motoring. Fuel control switch on.
American 3119, centers closing, radar service terminated for exchange approved.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed.
You're
Hand
welcome,
signal
goodbye.
will be on the right. We'll
Delta
see you next time
7931,
and
descend and
have a
maintain
great flight.
5,000. 7931.
Atlanta Center Spirit Wings Flight 1, flight level 300.
Alright, that looks like a good start there. I'll go ahead and reset the clock once that engine's stabilized.
Delta 7931, flight heading 360, vector for your approach.
360 vectors for approach for 7931.
Yeah, it looks good there. We'll start the clock there. So APU switched off. There is, even though it's hard to see, there's no fuel in the center tanks there. So center pumps, we can keep those off. APU bleed off, isolation off, engine left and right bleeds on, and then packs auto. We'll push the recall button here and then set our flaps to 5 out of Rick's already RTO.
Southwest 3902,
Alrighty, let's run through the B4 taxi checklist. Any ice is off. Isolation switch is off. Recall was checked. Auto brakes RTO. Ground equipment is clear.
Delta 7931, descend and maintain 4,000.
It's clear.
7931.
And taxi light, we'll turn that on here in a second. B4 taxi checklist complete. So let's go. Nose gear light on. Parking brake is off. And it's really hard to see again, guys. I apologize. I don't know why got this blooming effect there, but we'll set our trim to 4 degrees there. And we we are ready to taxi. Clear on the left, clear on the right. Let's go ahead and do the
Delta 7931.
flight control test. So,
turn right heading 080 to localizer.
when we're testing the flight controls here, the other thing we want to take a look at is our oxygen pressure. Because if you were to have a leak, there's really no other way to find that out unless you see the oxygen pressure going down here. So if the mask is not set right for some reason, or you've got a leak, the only really way to, unless you hear it, the only other way to really find that out is to see what the number is here. So when we do the test, we want to make sure we write the number down just to verify what it is, and then we're checking it later just to make sure it hasn't dropped by more than 100 psi. So that's why we dropped the number down. But anyway, we're clear on the left, clear on the right. Let's go ahead and taxi out here. Since center is closing, I'm just going to make this call on CTF. Atlanta traffic, Delta 1153, taxiing to runway 9 left at Mike 2 via Mike at Atlanta. Alright, let's take a look here. It'll be straight out Lima 5, Mike 2. Clear left, clear on the right. I will say the ground like physics when it comes to how this aircraft taxis. Now, granted, I've only ever taxied the airplane twice. Just using the rudder pedals, just essentially keeping the aircraft straight while the captain was doing something else. But I mean, you really don't need anything more than idle thrust, especially when it's just really light like this when you've got a short leg. But yeah, it's just, I mean, we're idle thrust and we're doing 7 knots right now, and it's just rolling. Pretty darn accurate. Okie doke. The southwest spur is already gone, so let's go ahead and do a quick what do you call it? A quick departure brief. So make sure the aircraft is straight here. Alright, so we are going to Fort Myers off 9 left. It's going to be the Bang 3 lock transition. First fix is grits, and that is going to be using LNAV, even though you guys can't see it. LNAV and VNAV, they are armed, and we're going up to 10,000 feet. There is a speed limit restriction, 250 knots at Heisman. Other than that, everything else is as previously briefed. So, what do you call it? Departure briefing is complete. We need just about 3 minutes of engine warm-up before we would like to depart. So we're 4.5 minutes here and rolling, so plenty of times for our engines to warm up. Let's go ahead and do the before takeoff checklist. Before takeoff checklist, takeoff briefing was reviewed. Packs are auto. Flaps are set. Stabilizer trim is set. Flight controls checked. Cabin is secured. And taxi. Runway turn off flight switches, or I don't know why you'd want them off, but whatever. They are on. So before takeoff checklist is complete. Max, not soon enough. That's my answer. I have no idea. I don't have any affiliation with them or anything like that, but I mean, it looks like they're making good progress on the Bluebird, but yeah, to answer your question, man, not soon enough is what I think. I can't wait for it. As a matter of fact,
short final 90 right.
I know there was an article that Navigraph wrote about Bluebird that I have not read yet, so might actually take a look at that during the cruise here. Okie doke. Forgot to lock the door. Whoops. Before takeoff checklist was done, I think we're pretty much ready to go here. So let's go ahead and set the TCAS to TARA. Let's turn our lights on. Sheesh. And I will make a call here. Airline traffic, Delta 1153 departing runway 9 left at Mike 2 on the bank 3 departing to the south, last call at Atlanta. Alright, timer. Start both sides here. Let's see, minimum fuel for takeoff says 17.4. And we've got 17.8 on board. Closer than I like. You believe that'll be released May of 2026? Man, I would hate to have to wait another year, but I'm hoping for like later on this year. I mean, it is what it is, you know, but it'd be nice if it was sometime this year, but either way, I will be first day purchase for me. Alright, while the runway is clear, let's go ahead and get out of here, guys. EPR will set 1.1 initially here. Good enough. Hey, EPR. Captain Stottles. There's 80 knots, throttle hold, thrust normal.
Delta 7931 is holding short of 9 or left for departing traffic.
V1 rotate. There's pause rate, gear up. Pitch for 15 degrees. There's a flight director taking her sweet time. And LNAV's active.
Alignment traffic, Delta 7931 is crossing 9 or left on the ground on Delta. Alignment traffic.
1,000 feet, climb thrust. Climb power, rather. There's EPR, we've got VNAV speed. Go ahead and start our right turn towards grits here. Flaps 1. Go ahead and turn the autopilot on here real quick. And speed's good. Flaps up after takeoff checklist. We'll put that off. APU is off. Let's actually see what this says here. Packs are auto. Landing gears up and off. Flaps are up. And altimeter's yet to be set. At 18,000 feet. After takeoff checklist is complete. Oops, sorry about the ears, guys. It's like a little layer of fog there or something. Max, I was under the impression that they were going to release on 2021. You might know something that I don't, but I thought they were going to release it on 2021 and then 2024 was going to be like afterwards. I don't know though. Oh my gosh, this cockpit's so bright. Go ahead and set our cruise altitude of 37,000 feet there. Those Pratt and Whitneys are buzzing. This is really annoying. I don't know why this flight deck's so bright. Alright, there's 10,000 feet. Let's go ahead and turn these guys off. Let's get some smooth jazz in here, guys. We are... We are on our way. Cruise 8. Let's change this 250 knots at 10,000 feet. Guess that's supposed to be fog down there. Alright, this is killing my ears. Guys, let me know if that's too loud or not. Alright, here's coming out to 18,000 feet here. Altimeters, 2999er. 2. Yeah, I know. That is cross check. We say climb checklist complete, but here we'll say after takeoff checklist is complete. Okay, so I do want to go see what this article says about the Bluebird. So let me find it really quick. So we can all nerd out on it together. Okay, I think let's do this and do that. Okay. Let's see, is that working? No, not yet. There we go. Turn this guy way down here. Okay, let's see what this says. I recently had a chance to meet up with Bluebird Expo 25. I got my hands on and much talked about 7.5 after taking it for a spin and soaking in all the meticulous detail. I can honestly say aircraft shoots straight to the top of my favorites list. Instead of sticking to the usual interview script, sat down with Shervin and handed him a blank slate. Literally told him, here's a blank sheet of paper. What do you want the flight sim community to know about the 7.5? Floor is yours. That looks so good. Few are those who build good add-ons from passion, but fewer still are those that build excellent add-ons born from passion and obsession. One from both and built from the ground up. The 7.5 is a completely custom dream project. It's not been one stone unturned in the pursuit of simulation perfection here. The 7.5 is one of the few and arguably one of the only airliner that's been built in such a fashion as this. There's no porting of a model or code from a previous sim or another platform. Everything you saw at the expo was handcrafted and developed by each member of our talented team and optimized for flight sim 2020 and eventually 2024. That's what I thought. The amount of detail in this jet is completely incredible, from collision models of analog speed indicator bugs to the pressure, temperature, and mass flow of bleeder through various valves and ducting. There's not one facet of this jet that hasn't been studied and implemented to an equal standard of multi-million-dollar level D airliner trainers or airline trainers. Let's see here. Find detail another developer has thought of before. That so good. You find detail here that no developer has even thought of. Cable and pulley noises from within the aisle stands that run into the flaps, slap are driving in hydraulic fluid, mass flow, and motor RPMs that affect the deployment of flaps when you're in alternate flaps versus normal flaps. That's pretty cool. Again, none of these things you'll experience in this jet are mere coincidence or purposely simulated, or they're resultant of proper embedded data systems information present in the underlying code. You'll be able to witness the likes of this for yourself with the lower ICAST status message or status page. You can watch as you engage hydraulic flight controls to see their reluctant impact on hydraulic pressure if the fluctuations are real. I gotta admit, so when it comes to like this second page here, there's a lot more stuff that you can do that I did not notice. Now, granted, a lot of it's like more like maintenance functions, but a lot of it that is, hey, got a new subscriber. Coignit. Dude, thanks for joining the channel, man. But yeah, so the P61 panel here, like there's a lot more stuff, and you can see it says ICAS maintenance, and these buttons are actually functional, but here on what do you call it, Flight Factor, you can't do anything here. So I'm gonna be really interested to see just how much like information is actually simulated here for the status page and the second ICAS here. But anyway, let's see, 27.5 and climbing. Let's go back to the article here. They're not merely random values. They're a real drop and rise in pressure. The pursuit of study level is an incessant and torturous one. Yeah, it is. it's a misnomer in the industry, and moreover, it's become more a gimmick to drive sales. But here, though we try to avoid its use as well for the aforementioned reason, it is apropos. Studying will be required, and that's awesome, and in fact encouraged. This is the reason you'll find these systems embedded in the EFB. You'll be able to watch and study each major system work whilst operating the jet. So that's pretty cool. I was under the assumption that this was kind of like a like an SDK kind of thing where you could see how it's or what it's doing, but only like from like a developer's like standpoint. I didn't think this was something they're actually going to let us do or see while you were actually flying the airplane. So that's going to be pretty cool. Many would point out to the detail and use this as a vector for attack, saying things like, well, right, we'd have to see this detail too, but we prioritize for performance. This jet scarcely runs beneath 45 FPS at most add-on airports. That's impressive. In the air, it's not uncommon to find frames in excess of 60 to 80 for some. The attention to performance is paramount priority for BBS. Bloat and fat are trimmed and streamlined. This isn't just an add-on, it's an experience. It's as real as it gets. That is gonna be awesome. Systems fidelity in the 7.5 will be one-off, if not the most complex and accurate for any flight simulator. The electrical system is a direct one-to-one representation of the real 7.5. Don't take our word for it. Open EFB's electrical schematic and see for yourself. During start, flight, shutdown, external power, APU start, etc. Watch as the entire network of buses and contactors comes to life. All of the load shedding logic is present. Nearly all of the circuits are powered. That's awesome. Kind of a sticking point, I guess you can say, to my airline is they'll teach you enough to get the airplane from A to B, and they'll tell you what you need to do. If like you can just look up here and say, okay, this is what this switch does, and if you see this light or whatever, like, okay, that's what it means. But beyond that, really don't go into a whole lot more in-depth like information. Whereas like the regional I was at, yeah, it was the same thing. Okay, you needed to know what this switch needs to do and whatnot, but like if you really wanted to dig into like almost like maintenance kind of like detail as to what like a switch did, then you could find that out, whereas our manuals don't have anything like that. So again, I guess it's one of those things where they're like, okay, you can just make your team bigger and figure out, or you can ask essentially somebody else what that means. So you don't have to do the work yourself, and just let somebody else help you in that I guess like in maintenance, just let maintenance worry about maintenance stuff. You fly the airplane. But yeah, there is a part of me that wishes we could find a little bit more information about our aircraft if we really wanted to know it. Ow! Alright, I gotta turn this down. Let's do this. Sounds. Nope, not that one. Mixer. There we go. X-plane way down there. Okay, let's see here. We start out with the electrical system to ensure it is deeply simulated, including over 20 electrical buses and hundreds of circuit breakers. If the auto brake knob, for instance, is exposed to the ground power transfer event, the coordinate loss of both circuits as the power fluctuates forces the knob back to off. You won't find the same behavior during any electrical event, save for a failure. And that happens often, actually. So part of our pre-flight like setup for the pilot monitoring The pilot, if the pilot monitoring misses it and the pilot flying like catches it, then I can't set it right now, but we set the brakes to RTO at some point during the pre-flight. Well, whenever we've got the APU running and we disconnect the ground power every now and then. Not every 7.5 does it. It just depends on, I guess just how old the aircraft is or whatever. But like they say here, I guess if the loss of the circuits as the power fluctuates forces the knob back to off. Like sometimes it happens on some of our airplanes, sometimes you don't. You just have to make sure that you do catch it at before you actually take off there. So that's pretty neat that that's simulated there. This wasn't the work of forcing the knob to do something. This is the work of the entire electrical system being simulated and the knob's solenoids being implemented properly. There's no need for guessing which indicator lights need to be on at any given point in the operation of the plane. That's already done for you because all the light circuits are entirely simulated, which is wild. If the real light has two sources, so does the BBS-75. The best part about this is watching and hearing the entire electrical network flicker, blink, and clunk. The screens here are no exception. Power transfers will cause the picture to quickly shrink and then re-enlarge after a quick power cut and repower from the bus transfer. That's awesome. Let's not stop the electrical system, however. Let's talk about the pneumatic system. Every PRSOV, pressure regulating shutoff valve, every bleed valve, every pack valve, every air turbine starter valve is present and accounted for. The bleed sources themselves are simulated. The impact of the valve's ability to fully modulate pressure is completely simulated. The impact of any given valve's opening and closing in the pneumatic system will impact the ability of the bleeder to reach a given destination. In other words, packs being pressurized from APU above 17,000 feet will lead to issues. Trying to crossbleed an engine from idle thrust will have negative effects on the start. Trying to start an engine on APU, both packs running will have negative results, which is badass. I think we're cruising here real quick. Almost. Let's do this. It's decently smooth right up here, so feel free to move about the cabin there, folks. Let me see. Top of climb. Let's see. Top of the is. That's top of climb. 1606. And the paperwork says we are supposed to arrive. Minimize this real quick. Supposed to arrive at 1605. So yeah, we're right there on. Well, we will be late for sure when we get to the gate, but we are touching down on time anyway. So anyway, let's go back to this here. So the various high pressure and low pressure turbine stages from which the engine bleed air is sourced are all simulated. When you look up at the duct pressure gauge, you'll be watching the dynamic system and massive air flowing through ductwork. You'll be able to see the duct pressure rise and fall as the engine roars to life on takeoff, and the HP2 and HP6 valves on the RB211 work to switch, modulate, and guide hot bleed air to the pre-cooler, and then ultimately into the bleed system for various usages. That makes me wonder, for as much as they're simulating, like I've said in some of my videos, when we're starting the engine, we actually turn the bleed air off before shutting off the packs, and then we'll turn the bleed air back on. It makes me wonder if there's a possibility of shutting off the APU if you just turn the packs off and have the possibility of like blowing out the APU. I'm sure, if they've got everything else simulated like that, they must, but be pretty cool. Let's see. But apart from like all the systems and stuff, like it looks so freaking good, just the model. The simulation of the brake heat on RTOs there, taxiing long distances and waiting for takeoff. Number 12 is associated with its associated brake usage to go and stop will have negative impacts on brake temperatures. The RTO will reflect this. The articulation of the entire landing gear truck system is associated, and its associated plethora of sensors, tilt and pressure, are all present and send appropriate information to their associated relays in the proximity switch electronic unit and the air ground system. Oh, that looks so damn good.
Atlanta traffic, gateway 782, taxiing to runway 8
Oh, you know what, guys? It should have been on
Echo Hotel, Atlanta.
22.8 here. In the last 4 years, well over 1,000 hours of time has been put into the flight model alone. At the Expo, the overwhelming majority of users love the flight model. Harkening back to what was said above in point 1, flight model is the result of both passion and obsession. Two of our team members are both airline pilots, 173 and 175, have developed the current iteration of the flight model. This flight model isn't the result of fudging numbers and guesswork. The lead flight model developer has an entire repertoire of hard data, math formulas, book numbers, and real-world actual pilot record values. The flight model was not crafted on numbers alone, but real-world pilot feel and feedback. Many developers will go and say real pilot approved, but few have the pilot on a team who will spend countless hours doing landing after landing and takeoff after takeoff for untold thousands of iterations. Same exact procedures and techniques used to land a real 75 will be employed in the use of the BBS 757. Every single foot of the ground effect was painstakingly custom tuned to both our flight model guys. Based on the feedback we received at the Expo, the hard work has paid off. I can't read. Everyone commented on how beautifully the airplane handled. The sounds. Boris is the GOAT. Sounds on 75s were all recorded from real airplanes. There was no use of synthesized sounds here. The cockpit alone has over 400 sound samples, which truly make it an immersive experience. The sounds were another hit in the Expo. So much attention has gone into the sounds. Boris has put together an absolutely exquisite and incredible sound set for the 757. 757 sound is an entire opus onto itself. Just as we saw with the points above, you can see the obsession with detail here is no exception. Have a seat in the cabin, push and start, and marvel at the left and right recirc fans turn off and on at the appropriate times. The AP begins its main engine start ramp up from 99% to 100 to 101%. This small increase will generate a minuscule difference in pitch of the hydraulic pumps and fuel pumps. Systems functionality here works hand in hand with the sounds, and relays are all present in the cockpit. If you toggle the bright dim switch, you'll hear the relay. If you hit the that is a thing too, like you don't get it here, and I cannot, let me see if I can pause the jazz here, but like if you were to do, and yeah, you get the little click. It's weird here because like it's a knob, but it's just like a left and right click in the airplane, and yeah, you do hear that little click, little relay there. That's neato. Let's see. If you hit the light override button, you will hear the relay. Does that happen here? Let's see. Or this guy. Yep, sure do. When the various buses relinquish and restore their power and generator contactors come and go online or offline, you'll hear their presence or absence. Sounds are just absolutely incredible. The Boris work The work Boris is done on the RB2 levels and Pratt & Whitney 2037 noises, both internally, cabin, cockpit, and externally, are truly the pinnacle of MSFS sound achievement. This I'll let his sounds speak for themselves. There's not one iota of sound that's not been painstakingly implemented here. Every rheostat has a friction. Every lever has a friction and limit sound. Every button's distinct sound has been adjusted with the animation to give you an unbelievable real presence in the plane. You can listen as the packs start and stop, and the trim air values introduce air into the mix manifold. Neat. On takeoff, you'll hear the underlying electronic cooling outflow valve close at the real what's my place at the real cabin differential pressure. On takeoff, you'll be enveloped in a myriad of noise and sound. The sound of the centerline lights colliding with the nose wheel, sound of the turning nose wheels, the noisy groans of the landing gear retracting and hitting the snubbers. As you taxi to the gate, you'll hear the sound of rhythmic concrete seams. Careful not to stop too hard at the gate, or you'll hear the wails of tired seats and shuffling items. I could continue and add infinitum here. Jeez, that's a big word. But suffice it to say that the flight model and sounds alone distinguish the jet from her counterparts in the simulation industry. There's no labor spared here and no holds barred in the regard, and truly Boris's best and most exceptional work is found here in the S75. MCDU. When taken in totality, this jet really provides the next level experience in Microsoft Flight Sim. One of our biggest wins of the Expo was also one of the biggest weak points. The large crowds meant we did not have enough time to be able to show off the MCDU and the automation. The real work that the coders have done on the 75 CDU is truly admirable and incredible. The real-world 75 has a plethora of little features and idiosyncrasies that are all replicated in the 75. The loading times are all identical to real jet. It'll be very evident whilst using this MCD FMC that the plane in which it is installed is an older jet. Although the FMC replicated is the newest iteration, it's still working on a small amount of RAM. When VNav recalculates the slopes during the descent, you'll see the age firsthand. That is so true. I was just using the PMDG 777 yesterday, and I honestly can't remember if it took it a little while for it to recalculate like the VNav path and whatnot whenever you change values. So if I were to go in here and like change the speeds, which speaking of, let's see here, do we have any speed restrictions? Tiny. Nope, no speed restrictions at all. So if I were to change this, let's see, our top of D says 1543 at 122 miles. If I said I wanted to descend at, let's say, 300 knots or 0.80 on a transition, well, it's not even going to let me do that, apparently. How about we reverse this? 0.80, 300 knots. Okay. Interesting how it took the 0.8, but it didn't. Anyway, so if I were to go to progress, it would take the aircraft a little while to recalculate what the top of D was and all that stuff. So when they're talking about the age of the airplane, as I have so many things up right now, let me pull this down. When you talk about the age of the aircraft and the lack of RAM, you really see it like when you do your VNav calculations. It takes it, sometimes it's like way too long. Just you just have to, like, will either go to flight level change or vertical speed just to keep the aircraft descending, because otherwise it'll go to like its default, whatever it is, like 1,000, like 1,200 feet per minute before the VNAV. Like if you have the football, it'll come back up. Before the football comes back up, it'll just default to like 1,200 feet per minute. In the meantime, you could be either above or below the path. So when you talk about the lack of RAM, that is a real thing, and I definitely can't look forward to, or looking forward to seeing how that is simulated. Let's see, where was I? When VNAV recalculates the slopes during a descent, yeah, you see the H firsthand. The wait times for having entire slopes recalculated while you're already descending will have negative impacts on trying to descend on stars. As sure as hell will. Having ATC menu descent instructions with speed and altitude will give you real-world apprehension as you try to manage both the automation and the compliance with ATC instructions. It'll feel exhilarating to be piloting again. In so many other new jets, the big screens provide access to quicker displays of calculations and displays of so much more. Oh, we've got this is here. Oh, auto ATC. What does it say? Jacksonville Center, cross Ogre at and maintain 270. You know what? It sounds like something Jacksonville would do, so let's comply with that actually. So where's Ogre? Ogre 2700. So let's do this top down. So we'll set 27,000 here. And that should, so it's funny that it populates on the captain side, but not my side. I know there's an option here. It says FO in control, so I don't know why it doesn't populate on my side. But anyway, 27,000 feet, so we can recruise. I'm sorry, not recruise. We'll set 27,000 here at Ogre, which should give us the top of the. That's even closer, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is wait until we're maybe about 10 miles away from that top of D, and then I'll start our descent, because otherwise it'll just go power to idle, and it does the VNAV on this airplane, not the flight factor 7.5, but the VNAV on the actual airplane, it does a relatively good job of maintaining altitude constraints and speeds, but there are times where it will get too fast for its own good, and then you have to use a speed brake. So I'm a little weary of the top of D. I like to start a descent a little bit ahead of it. But all that being said, I think we can go back to the article here. In the 7.5, you'll be able to feel the perfect harmony of automation and raw human brain power. You will need to back up the MCDU and calculate your own 3-to-1 descent to keep tabs on the VNAV. I promise you, I don't do that. I just use the green banana bar and the what do you call it? ESHI down there. Let's see. Familiarize yourself with the characteristics. Low drag 7.5 profile will be absolutely necessary to the safe and efficient operation of the 7.5 on a successful flight. The RT page and the legs page will work together to give you the ability to intercept airways, extend center lines, proceed direct to junctions of jet routes, utilize the beam points, and manage the departure and rejoining of ATC procedures like the SIDS and STARS. Needless to say, the complete familiarity, I just can't say that word, with the 7.5 performance and good aviation acumen will be necessary. You will find yourself at the end of a flight in this plane feeling totally rewarded. If you've ever wondered what it's like to step into a 7.5 and do a difficult flight with holding, rerouting, possible diversions, go-arounds, and more, you needn't look for any further than the 7.5, than Bluebird's 7.5. Operating an airliner has never been more fun, more challenging, and rewarding than flying this aircraft. The only detriment to you is that you'll become addicted. So in conclusion, The good news is that having chosen the 7.5 as a plane, which we wanted to simulate, has allowed us to lay good claim to the 7.6, which I cannot wait for. After all, these two planes share the same type rating. The same code base will be used to produce the 7.5. The same code base we use to produce the 7.5 will be, by and large, the same code base that drives the 7.6, with the obvious changes to accommodate the differences between the two. So for those who have a taste for larger airplanes and longer distance flight, the 7.6 will be far behind. I think those who have exercised patience here will be ultimately rewarded and quite happy with the outcome. I promise you that all of this will have been worth the wait. For those of you who visited us at the Expo in 2025, you know this with every fiber of your being. For those who are unable, I hope the videos on the unit, the words here, and social media posts and updates give you at least a taste of what's to come. Yeah, man, I can't wait for this airplane. And then even after that, the 7.6, which is going to be, I mean, we haven't really even had a 7.6 since the level D 7.6 way back in FSX. So cannot wait. All right, well, Ogre's coming up here, so let's go ahead and see what the star consists of. So Ogre, we're already into the star here, so let's see. Like I said, there were no altitude restrictions or speed restrictions, it looks like, so I'm just gonna go through the box anyway here. So we've got Ogre. ATC wants us to cross at 27. Then there's Frisbee, Joseph, Jeeves, Tiny, and then let's see if we are in fact actually going to be landing on. Yeah, I'd assume so with the winds of 060 at 4 knots right down the pipe. Landing runway 6. So runway 6 transition from Tiny. It looks like it's going to be San. After San, we can expect vectors to runway 6. And I did say Fogan, but I think, and honestly, it doesn't really matter. We'll just intercept it. I'm just going to put Fogan here. Close out the discount. And let's see, after Fogan, eventually Tuffy, we can expect to cross that at 2400. 11.5 is our frequency, and final approach course of 058. And bear is going to be 227, so we can set that up here. And that's close enough, about 230. I'll do that on the captain's side as well here. And then if I go up here to our fuel gauge, we've got 11.6 gallons right now. And supposedly we'll land with 9.1, so that's a difference of what, 2.7? Or 2.5. 2.5, 11.6, yeah, 2.5. So 2.5, 179 is our gross weight right now, minus 2.5 is roughly 177.7. So that gives us a reference speed, which with that flaps 25 of 126. So if I were to set that here, it automatically sets our bugs here, and it should set our ref, so it'll double bug 126, and then flaps 5 of 40, 164, and 204. And that looks close enough, I guess. And I'm going to come up here to the VOR course selector and select, sorry guys, select the ref of 126, so base of 126, and then we'll add 5 knots there, so 131 is what we will set for our final approach speed. Do that on the captain's side as well too. And auto brakes 2 is kind of like a auto brakes 3 is kind of what we'll default to in my airline, but auto brakes 2 is a little bit less obviously abrupt. You know what? We may as well go ahead and just brief the approach here. So ATC wants us to cross Ogre 2700. We've already checked the fixes. San is our last fix, and we expect to get vectors from there for runway 6 rather, which is on 111.5. That is set here. I'm actually going to zero this out, so 1555, and then I'm just going to blank that out here for now. With a final approach course of 058, Selbo, we can expect to cross Selbo at 1500 feet, and the barrow is going to be 227 with the min safe at 2600 feet. If we have to go around's going to be, or the call is going to be go around flaps 20. We'll verify that we've got go around indications here on the FMA. Once we've got a positive rate, we'll bring the gear up at 400 feet. It is clear down there, so this should be a visual approach. We'll just go with heading mode at 400 feet, and at 1,000 feet we can bug. We'll bug 170 knots with flaps 5 and go around, try it all over again. Right, top of these very close here, I'll just go ahead and go to descend now. Should have an execute button for that, but it just goes ahead and does it by itself. So down we go. Continue the brief here. Yeah, min safe is 2600 feet. If we need to go around, like I said, heading select, and at 400 feet, and then at 1,000 feet we'll bugs flaps 170 knots, flaps 5, and turn around and try it all over again. We should have at least 9.1. Yeah, we've got fuel to try it again at least one more time. I've got Malzar, and Pappies are on the left side. Runway 6 is pretty long at 12,000 feet. We can expect a right turn off. Oh, probably about Foxtrot 6, maybe Foxtrot 7 at the latest here. Right turn at Foxtrot and then Golf 2. Let's pull up the parking gate here. We'll pin that as well too. At Golf 2, and we'll park at Charlie. Oh, wait a minute. Golf 2, and it looks like Golf, and then we'll take this follow the arrowhead and go to Charlie 6. I said auto brakes 2. Yep, that's about all I got for that brief. And like I was saying, if you were to change your VNav profile, sometimes it'll take the airplane a while to figure it out, but there's the green banana bar. So long as like that bar is where I want it to be, then you know, it's not really a whole lot of room for, or you don't really need to panic when your football goes away. But it looks like we should make 27 just fine there. Looks like a nice afternoon down here in Florida. Now, at some point, we are going to need to continue this descent here. So let's see. We are currently 133 miles away. We've got plenty of time to get lower. Now, I'm not entirely sure why this airplane is... Actually, I think I do know why we are leveling off here. I think this has something to do with the VNAV. Me playing around with the VNAV speed here. Yeah, you know, for as much as I like to use flight factor here just to get my fix on the 7.5, there are a lot of gremlins need to be fixed on the VNAVs here still. I think we'll continue our descent. Let's continue down to, let's do 1,000 feet. See, now I don't think we're going to make 27. I mean, I've got to add, I'm sending to 4,000 feet per minute here. It's just now catching back up to the path, which for some reason, I don't know why it strayed away from it to begin with. It looks like it's trying to maintain 285 knots, as I said, during the transition. Well, I said 300 knots during the transition, but it only gave me 0.80. Let's see if I can do 300 now. That'll do 300. And the way in which it should do this is it should go to idle. And pitch the aircraft, but actually I take that back. No, it's since it is on path. Anyway. Look at that. Miami Center advises cross Tiny at and maintain 1,000 feet. 4 hours is altimeter is 3008. 3008 will cross Tiny at 1,000. 1,000 up there, 1,000 down here at Tiny. That puts us way below the path. As my scenery may not look correct. Okay, good to know. Oh, it does look like Fort Myers approach is online, which is neato. 13442, so we'll have that on standby here. 34.42. Go and turn the seatbelt signs back on here before we get below 18. Yeah, I'm really baffled as to why the airplane's flight deck looks so bright right now. Let's see if there's XP12. Boom. XP12. See if there's some sort of information as to why the flight deck's as bright as it is right now. So weird. I don't know. Alright, so let's see. We are 700 feet below the path, and it looks like it is coming in, so I'll be joining the path here very soon. And I'll tell you what we have for speed at tiny 285 knots. I guess I'll be alright. What is that down there? Looks like, oops, it's Sarasota. Alrighty, we are back on the path. And I'm looking for my banana bar here to cross tiny at 1000. Oh, and I tell you what, since we are going below 18, I'm gonna go ahead and set my altimeter slowly here to 3008. Oh, it's on the captain's side. So, when we're taking turns flying, one thing we do here is to we'll switch the starter. If the captain's if it's the captain's leg, we'll switch the starter to the number 1 starter. If it's the FO's leg, we'll switch it to the number 2 starter. Maintenance function wise, I don't really know if there's a difference there, or if it's just like you're extending the life of one starter compared to the other, or what. But one thing that we do need to do for sure is we'll switch the ATC side to either the FO side or the captain side. The reason why you want to do that is if I were, let's say, if it was my leg right now, and I had just switched the altimeter here to 3008, it uses the altimeter source is dependent on whichever ATC you're using here. So let's say since it's on the first number 1 right now, that's the captain's one. If I were to change the altimeter, it's not going to make a difference to our path right now or anything like that. Whereas if, as you can see, we are a little bit above the path. Let me turn the captain's EHSI a little bit up here. We're a little bit below the path. If the captain goes ahead and turns the altimeter setting here, you can see how we're getting higher from the path. So if we had this like on, if it was my leg and I had the altimeter set to 3008 and captain's was still set to standard, well, if I were to set it here, it's not going to make a difference here. Whereas if you did that and you change it, then it would change my path here. So it's like you want to make sure you have the source, the ATC source selected to whoever is flying, because otherwise then you're going to get the changes in the altimeter when you really don't want it. And what are we doing right now? We are speeding path. We are catching up to the path. Okay. Not entirely sure what George is doing here for a second here, but going through 18,000 feet, let's run through the descent checklist. Thank you, Flint. I kind of feel like I'm all over the place right now, but I hope you're learning something here. All right. Descent checklist pressurization panel is set to landing altitude, which is 30 feet. Recall. It's checked. It says FMC message, drag required. Thank you for that. I would disagree. Recalls checked, auto brake 2 is set, landing data is set, so our ref is set, and approach briefing is complete. So descent checklist complete. So again, my gripe right now with the VNav is, if like I set the altitude here at 11,000 feet, it should have, once we join the path, it should have essentially created a descent path for us to descend at idle to cross air 11,000 feet and 285 knots. So right now it's just, there's a whole lot of back and forth. It almost seems like it's like it goes from one fix to the other, where it's like, okay, between this fix is, okay, you're on the path, and then it has no idea what path we need to be on between like tiny and sand. So it's just needs a little work. Needs a little work. Because we should not have this whole up and down stuff that we're doing right now. So anyway, after tiny, we're gonna go to flight level change anyway, because we're gonna get vectors after, we're gonna vector ourselves after sand to make sure that we cross Tuffy at 2,400 feet. What is that down there? Does anybody in chat know? Interesting. Alright, come up to tiny. 12 for 11. Well, at least we made that the restriction. Alright, I know we're going to be descending to 11,000 feet, or to below 10,000 feet here shortly, so let's go ahead and tune our ILS frequency here at 111.5, 058, final approach course. And I'm going to go ahead and slow to 250 knots as well. Check target altitude. Roger, Dodger. Once we've slowed down to 250 knots, we'll descend down to 5,000. And it's close enough. We'll go vertical speed -5. We should continue slowing down here. Alrighty, yeah, it's close enough. Flight level change, 250 knots. We'll bring the boards out as well too. And we'll say goodbye to the Jazz. And turn the music or the sound back up here. Alright, catching up to the path. So, one thing that you'll never get in the simulation that you always feel in the real world is, let's see if I can get to it here. So, this is armed. Actually, is that? That's armed. From this arm position to this, as soon as you pull the speed brakes here back from the arm position, and you get this like first little dip or the rise in the spoilers, you can lift people off their seats if you jerk it like that. Ask me how I know. As big as these panels are, like, they will slow this aircraft down pretty good. So I try to make it a point when I am bringing the spoilers out to just as gently as I can bring them out like that, just so it's a consistent call it pressure, I guess, because if otherwise you jerk it like that, and yeah, you'll lift people off their seats. Let's continue our descent down to, let's go down 3,000 feet. Tree. Let's zoom in here on the map. And tell you what, let's say Delta 1153, maintain present heading. Roger, present heading. Delta 1153. So go ahead and select here. And since we are on vectors, we'll extend from Tuffy. Inbound course is 058. 058. You like it, love it, execute that. And oh shoot, I forgot. Approach is online, aren't they? Unless they disconnected. They sure did. Nope, they didn't. 13442, 13442. He never gave me told me to contact him, so let's see here. Approach Delta 1153. We are 4.2, descending 3,000 on a 150 heading. With, wait for it. Oh, don't know what the information is. With Victor.
Delta 1153, Fort Myers approach, good morning. Expect ILS runway 6 approach. For now, flight present heading is going to maintain 3.
Send maintain 3,000 on present in Delta 1153. Alright, I'm gonna start slowing us down here. Let's do 210's fine. Okay, like I said before in previous videos, guys, when we extend our flaps here, so This bug essentially means before we get down to that speed, we need to have flaps 1 set. What we like to do is, here is our limit speed for flaps 1. 10 knots below that is when we'll start to set the flaps out here. So 230 knots, we are well below that. Flaps 1.
Delta 1153, turn left heading 090. Join the runway 6 local.
090 ahead and join the 6 localizer, Delta 1153. Or 090, and we will arm Yoke.
Delta 1153, field 11 o'clock, 14 miles. Give it.
Oh, stand by. Where are we at? Where are we at? Field inside, Delta 1153.
Delta 1153, clear visual approach runway.
Clear visual for runway 6, Delta 1153. Okie doke, clear the approach. You know what I forgot to do, guys? Approach checklist. Approach checklist. Altimeters are checked, nav aids are set. Approach checklist complete, and glide slope is alive. We'll go and arm the approach as well too. Let's slow to 180 knots, and he did clear us for the approach. Didn't clear us to land just yet, so I'm just gonna set. Totally forgot to turn the lights on. Lane lights, wing lights. We'll save the nose gear light as a visual reminder that we are not cleared to land quite yet. As we slow to below 210 knots here, there's 220, flaps 5. Let me set. Whoops, Speedback's been armed this whole time. Yikes. Bad info. Alright, Speedback's armed, I think. Are they out? Nope, Speedbacks are out. Now they're armed. Radio altimeter is alive. That's kind of when I like to bring the gear down anyway. So let me see. Gear down 210 knots. Yeah, that's close enough. Flaps 15. Let's continue slowing down to our final approach speed of 131, which is our ref plus 5. And flaps 20 is 195, 185 and below, flaps 20. And landing gears down, flaps 25 set. Landing checklist, please. Let me verify we're cleared to land. I'm not entirely sure. Hey, approach Delta 1153. I'm sorry, are we cleared to land, Norm 6?
Yep, just about to give that to you. Delta 1153, wind 0604, runway 6.
Good, man. Runway 6, clear to land, Delta 1153. Alright, clear to land, so nose gear light on, cabin is secured, I hope. Speedback's arm, landing gears down, flaps are set, landing checklist is complete. Missed approach altitude is... This is why I brief it. And I didn't brief it. 2,300 feet. 2,300 is set. Alright. Let's do some of that pilot shit. Autopilot's off. 1,000 feet. We are clear to land. Missed approach altitude is set. Throttle, I think, is off. Yep. Unblock my throttles. Unblock my throttles. Unblock my throttles. Thank you. Alright, looks like a light quartering headwind here. Little on the high side. Little on the fast side. About 30 feet, we'll start walking the throttles back to idle.
50, 40, 30, 20,
Slowly.
10.
And a little float. Speed brakes up, and there's 2 in reverse. Just 90 knots, 80, and we'll kick the auto brakes off. And I want to say that it's Foxtrot 6 down there. Fantastic. All right.
Delta 1153, welcome to Fort Myers. Return Foxtrot to the ramp this frequency.
Foxtrot to the ramp with you, Delta 1153. Kick my reverses off here. Alright, let's start the clock, and let's clean the bird up real quick. Flaps up, spoilers up. And lights off, runway turn off. Nose gear. And 0 out this frequency here, out, and it's super hard to see, but we'll reset our trim back to 4 degrees. Set the brakes, auto brakes to off. Reset the flight directors here. Actually, we can just turn them off and leave them off. Yeah. After start checklist, from there, start checklist. Nope, no after start checklist, just a shutdown checklist. It would be complete anyway. Let's go and turn the APU on. And I totally forgot his instructions. I think Foxtrot, oh yeah, that would make sense. Foxtrot, we'll just take Golf to the gate here. Foxtrot, Golf 2, nope, Foxtrot, Golf 2, and Golf. Now, once we've had about 3 minutes of cooldown, we can shut the motor down, and I guess generally you would want to shut the right engine off, because if you were to shut the left side off, then the PTU is going to activate, and then you get the dog sound in the back. Not quite as prevalent as the Airbuses, but still you will have the PTU turn on in the back there. So I know most captains will like to turn the engine off on the inside of the turn into the gate. So in this case, it'd be a left turn, so some would want to turn the left engine off, but I am just going to shut the right one off. You know what? No, I will shut the left one off. I'm curious to see if the PTU is going to turn on. I doubt it will, but let's find out. Alright, that's 2 minutes. There's our APU up and running. APU is up and running. So what we'll do is we'll turn the bleeds on the engines off. Wait until we've got the off light for the packs here, and then turn the isolation valve on, APU bleed on, so that it is running off of the APU. And we should get the left and right bleeds off like we do there. That's fantastic. And let's see, that's 3 minutes. I'll stop the clock there and shut the right motor off. And here's our left turn onto Golf. Wait a minute. I said I'd shut the left motor off and shut the right one off. Oh well. Something tells me I wouldn't have heard a PTU anyway. Here's our right turn. Whoa. Get that dude's number. Jeez. Alright, let's see. Where is Charlie? That's Charlie 6. Let's turn the lights off so we don't blind our rampers here. Alrighty, parking brake set. Parking brake set. We'll let him up.
Attention all aircraft, Fort Myers Approach Control Service suspending air traffic control services at 12:15 p.m. local time. Class on airspace not effect. Pilot control lighting available on traffic advisory frequency 128.7.
Pew, and shut this down. Alrighty, shutdown checklist. Parking brake is set. Hydraulic panel. Oh, sorry. Captain's flows. Off, 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 off. CP signs off. Engine. Or sorry. The anti-collision lights off. Alright. Hydraulic panel is set. Fuel pumps off. Flaps up. Parking brake set. Fuel control switches cut off. And weather radar. I don't think we. Whoops. Oh no. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. That's something you can't reset. Well, it's a good thing we're underground, because otherwise that'd have been a problem. Okay, anyway, let us shut the TCAS off. And we'll take a look at their replay really quick, and then we'll spin the aircraft around here, and we'll head back down to Atlanta. Ooh, look at that. That is quite a turn there. Anyway, let's take a look at the replay really quick. Let's get rid of Atlanta here. File that away for the VA, and replay mode. Ooh, yeah, let's disconnect from that. That's a good idea. Thank you. And run it back. Oh, too far. Oh boy. Tell you what, if the sim doesn't crash right here, then props to you, X-Plane, because I am sending you through the ringer. Alright, let's pause. Let's all take a breather. Hey cars, thank you. Oop, go away. Go away. Go away. Alright, let's take a look at this. So I had a little floaty there at the end. But all in all, I've definitely had worse here on the stream, so. The runway markings here. Alright. Breathe, X-Plane. Get yourself together. Alright, don't know where my markings are. it works. Oh, there we go. Let's see, what do we got? Since I know we're pretty sure we went past the 1,000 footers there, but how much can you float? How much can yeah. Looks about average of my landings in the real world. Like, I like to try to have a good landing there, but man, I tend to float a lot in the real world often. So what's actually pretty cool is we have a program that will give us some stats about just essentially all of our flights, and it will give you like an average of what your landings are distance wise from the touchdown zone, and then it'll compare it against everybody else on the fleet. And needless to say, my landings are a little bit longer than most, so I have to work on that. But as I like to say, we can still use the airplane, so let's go ahead and probably broke the sim here. Let's see, we still replay mode? Yes, we are. Let's get out of replay mode. Oh, good girl. So we're all shut down here. All right, guys, give me maybe 5 minutes or so. I am going to get our second flight plan up and running here, and we'll head back to Atlanta. Alright guys, sorry about that. I think we are just about all set to turn this slate plane around here. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so so I'd like to if you've got a good skipper, generally they'll take the walk around here. So I will just work on, whoa, what's going on here? Uh-oh. How about we get the GPU, fuel truck, chocks, AC up. And I forgot we're definitely going to need maintenance because disconnected the drive there. So maintenance, and why is that still pushed in? Hmm. Boy, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we should probably play this safe and just reload here. Because I have no idea what's about to happen. If I don't start a new flight. Six. Confirm. Start new. New fight. Yeah, look at that. Our flight deck actually is got the nice color to it too. So maybe this time it's not going to be oversaturated. Whatever. Fuel truck. Airplane. You know, sure. Drive up. Let's get the jetway. Oh, is it already connected? Sure is. Hey, who knows? Maybe that reset or whatever was exactly what we needed to do right there. Alright, let's get the... Oh my gosh, no! Why? That makes 0 sense. Why is it lighting up like that? I don't get it. Well, you know, guys, we're just gonna have to deal with it. I think the next stream we're gonna go back to FS there because I don't know what the deal is. But anyway, so before when we start every trip, regardless of how short or long the flight is, we actually reset the cycle the IRSs completely over, not a quick align, like completely shut them off, and then recycle them back to nav again. So either way, I was gonna have to do that, but you know, we'll just run through the pre-flight, which is not really gonna take that long anyway. So electric panel looks like it's set as needs to be. Emergency lights armed. Since it'll be my leg, we'll use the second starter. Starter switches to auto. Pumps are already off. Position light on. Window heats on. No smoking. Seatbelt signs on. Auto rate. We'll never really move this from this arrow position here. And then auto 1. And Atlanta is 10:30 more or less. Equipment cooling, that's fine. Sure, we would have opened a door at some point here, so I'll do that. And then our trim air to auto trim air on, left recirc on, and then we'll turn the right recirc off on the ground, especially if it's hot, so we're not recirculating hot air into the cabin. Seashell is our departure. Top altitude is, wow. Oh wait, okay, wrong airport. Is 4,000 feet. So I was gonna say 2,000 feet is super low. Alright, there's 4 for now. We'll slide over to my lights here. Test the oxygen again. So one of us is going to do a long test where we'll test the oxygen for 10 seconds. And in the 10 seconds that we are checking the oxygen, we're going to go to the status page and we're just monitoring the oxygen pressure. Now, it doesn't, actually does drop here. I take that back. You see 1749 there. Okay, maybe it doesn't drop. I could have sworn it would drop. I mean, it would drop very, very... It's just a small percentage there, but it's... Maybe it's like after a couple of tests. Now, I could be mistaking this for the PMDG73, so maybe it doesn't. Anyway, one of us would do a long test just to make sure it doesn't drop more than 100 psi. And again, we'd jot the number down, so... That looks like it works fine. Take a look at the instrument source selectors. That all looks fine and in the proper position here. Altimeter is 3008. I'll bug 1,000 feet once again. Zero out the decision height there. And let's slide over to the center where our ICAS is, and hydraulic quantities should be all filled now since I did the middle maintenance function, even though it didn't reset our disk generator drives there. But anyway, quantities on all are good. Auto brakes RTO, skippers MCP, we'll leave that as is for now. Airport and traffic, and that's thing. I'll need to do the same thing on mine. Traffic, airport, and then once again, once the IRSs are up and going, we'll test the what do you call it? The weather radar. Oh, and then we got to do the takeoff config. So takeoff config, that's fine. Let's reset the utility buses once again. Okay. Blast from my mouse here. Altimeter is 3008. Both sides and bug about 1,000 feet there. And for radios, let me log on to VATSIM really quick since I got disconnected there. And we'll just go back to 22.8. radio to boom. And I think, can't remember which one is on here. It's really hard to see. Okay, I think up is on, looks like. And yep, radios look good. So that is, oh, and then ATC to 2. Alright, let's go ahead and punch in our flight plan here. IRSs are still aligning, aren't they? 3 minutes. Position. That's where we are. We are KRSW to KATL. Delta 1153. Partying on the Seashell off runway 6 to Georgia. Georgia. Huh. Get it. Let's pull up the paperwork really quick. Let's see here, 114 schedule out of 1710 into Atlanta at 1855. You guys seeing the same thing? Yep. 18.6 on the fuel. Our Seashell, Georgia, and that is gonna put us. So we're gonna go to Dawn. And from execute, index, arrive, runway 9 right, on Gandalf to Bjorn and Andy. Looks legit. Georgia, Dawn, Bjorn. Bjorn, Strider, Gimli, Azog, Small, Gandalf, Andy, and I think that's where we go. Good. Alright, that looks good here. Let's scroll down to reserve fuel once again. Looks like 3, make that 4.7. It's 4.8, can round it up. 0 fuel weight. Don't think that's right. Yeah, we haven't loaded anything up yet. So airplane, ground. What did I say? 199 again. Why cargo weight? Whatever. Reserve fuel weight's 171.2. 172.5. Public math is terrifying. Let's do 5. Nope. 4,700. 712. Sweet. Fuel weight. We'll round it up to 18.7. That looks good. Let's load that up. And while that's loading up, paperwork, flight level 380. 380. Turn that up. 380 cost index is 50. Cruise in once again. Average 13 or 13037. And step size F2000. And once again, we'll just go with flaps 5, the rate of 42, and once it finishes loading all our aircraft, or loading the aircraft up, then we'll figure out what the CG is. I think those speeds are probably going to oh, he's not talking to me. Those speeds are probably going to change as well too once we got the full weight. So everything there is loaded up. Let's go ahead and start the APU as well. And let us brief once again. Weather. Fort Myers is an hour old. Let's see, the real ATIS looks like information Yankee, winds are calm. Broken 35, so meh, VFR. So we can definitely come back in here. Oh, these are only 2.4. Okay. Runway 24 is in use, so let's go back to this here. Departure, runway 24. Still the seashell to Georgia. Georgia. And that course is gonna be runway 24 is 238. VNav, and are we on vectors today, or are we on a... Oh, there you go. Is that in the box? It sure is. Maple, 24 Maple to Snoke, max of 220, all the way to Seashell. Okay, so we can LNAV it. LNAV is active. Okay, back to the weather. So Yankee, it is calm and VFR more or less, with the meter at 3008, using only 2.4. Just like before, we are gonna push back this way so we can follow this route out. It looks like to spot 3. We'll push out, starboard engines, go to Golf 2. We'll take Foxtrot to runway 24, 12,000 feet of, I don't know what kind of runway it is, probably concrete, grooved. I don't think it's going to tell me here, is it? It's grooved, but what's it made out of? Don't know. Anyway, off of runway 24, it's going to be an RNAV to Maple, then max at 220 is Snoke, all the way up to Seashell. Initial altitude of 4,000 feet, with the minimum safe altitude of 2,600 feet. If we need to abort, it will be as we previously discussed. It looks like there's a cell right there. Is that building up? Coming this way, or is it? Yeah, it's going to the north, it looks like. Cool. Alright, yeah, aborts will be as previously discussed if we need to, and then we can just come back here, call it a day, go to the bar. Yeah, I think that's it. APU is up and running. Click that off. Get some air in here. And let's do another pre-flight checklist. Pre-flight checklist 6. Oxygen is tested. Pressurization mode selector is auto. Flight instruments have been tested. Oh, forgot the weather radar. Let's see if it actually works this time. So, test, and test. Hey, how about that? Good deal. Now, some of our airplanes do have a predictive wind shear, and if it did, you would hear the oral warning. It said like monitor radar display, and once that's off, then the test is good to go. But a lot of ours is like this old school. It just has the little rainbow colors, and so long as you see that, then that means the test is good. And if that's the case, we'll turn the weather radar off, English, and then we can turn this to weather. Okay, where was I? Checklist. Flight instruments have been tested. Sure, parking brake is set. Fuel control switches are cut off and gear pins removed. Sure. Pre-flight checklist is complete. Are we ready? I think we are, guys. They've stopped loading the aircraft, so zero fuel weight just changed there, so 190,000 pounds, which should change this guy. There it goes. 135, 140, 138, 144. Let's set that up here. It's already set. And then Since it once again sets our V speeds here, we should be good to go there. It looks like 170 and 210. Close enough. 160, 169 and 209, but that works. And let's see, I said V2 plus 15, 54 is 159. And shit, guys, let's go ahead and get the hell out of here. So I'm gonna lock this door, and let's disconnect GPU, AC unit, fuel truck, and the trucks. Let's go ahead and close that door up. And tell these guys to go away. And while they're doing that, we'll plan our push here. We're going to push back to that spot right there.
Acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Alright guys, I said go away. There we go. Alright, we'll get the VA started. ACARS is up and running. Let's turn this up a little bit here. I'm not sure why my displays are... Ooh, it just got dark. Retro. Let's turn some lights up here. Alright, I think our doors are shut here. Now, once the Bluebird comes out, I'm going to... I've got a whole like series planned on just what all of these switches in the overhead mean here. I guess I'll kind of test it out with the flight factor here, but a lot of these lights aren't representative of what the real aircraft is, what you'll see in a real aircraft. But these top lights here on the top, so long as all those are off, that means all our doors should be locked. And what the hell just happened to our weather? Like, is it... It's download the real stuff here. So I don't know what's going on. I mean, is it raining or is it not? Anyway, once the doors are closed here, we'll turn the right recirc fan on. And doors are closed. Let's go ahead and get rid of the jetway. Call push.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
And I'll get these guys to go away. Folks coming up, let's go ahead and run through the before start flow. And you know what? I did not send my flight plan in, did I? Did not. And looks like
Okay.
Jacksonville Center is up,
Are closed. Ready to connect.
which we are not in just yet, but at some point we will be. So let's just go ahead and let me file this first. Boop. Didn't give me a squawk, which is interesting. Okay, I'll just squawk 2000 then. Squawk's on.
Tow
And
connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
okie doke. Let's see. I'm pretty sure we moved the chocks already. Chocks removed. Parking brakes released. Let's get on out of here.
Starting pushback. And you may start engine.
What did I just say? We are going to set the Jacksonville is 135.9 to 13592. No. 13592, and then CTAF here is going to be. This tower is 12875. 12875. It's super hard to see. There's 12875. I don't think anyone's even here right now, so it's probably not going to matter. Yeah, I don't see anybody here right now. Okie doke. We are cleared to start, she said. So APU bleed valve off. Packs off. APU bleed back on. Duct pressure is good. Starting left. Starting clock. Turn on all these lights. There's at least 18. Fuel on. So as I said in previous videos, so long as when the engine starts and the EGT, this limiter that you see on the right side, once it disappears here like it has on the left side, the N1 will get up to about 20%, and usually when it does, the EGT will start to decrease. Here it keeps on increasing up until like it's like the 370 range or somewhere around there. But generally when that EGT starts to decrease, that's when we know that the engine's stabilized here. So I'm gonna say, since it pretty much just stopped right there, that's stable.
Complete. Go ahead and
We'll
set
stop
the
the
parking brake.
clock. We'll start the right engine. Start the clock again for the starter limit, and we'll set the brake for her.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
And there's at least 18%. 25 is max motoring. So engine fuel switch on. I'm not sure why this keeps turning my lights down here. It's bizarre. Alright, 2 good starts.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
Okie doke, that looks like it's stable as well too. So we'll restart the clock here for our 3-minute engine warm up. I forgot to close the door again. APU rather off. Engine anti-ice is not required. Snow's fuel and center pump, so we can keep that off. APU bleed and isolation valve off. Left and right engines on. APU or packs rather to auto. Recall, auto brakes to RTO, and set our flaps to 5, and I forgot to figure out what our CG is. 28 trim is going to be 3.5. Look at it. After start checklist, which is actually a before start checklist here, it looks like. Or before taxi, but I forgot the before start as well too, but whatever fuel. Set, passengers windows, windows closed, MCP set, takeoff thrust set, takeoff speeds, it's checked, CPU, pre-flight complete, right here on trim set, taxi, takeoff briefings completed, light the doors locked, and red anti-collision lights on. Before taxi checklist, anti-ice is off, isolation switch is off, recall checked, auto brakes RTO. Ground equipment is clear, and sure, we'll turn the taxi light on. Before taxi checklist complete. We've got +5. You were clear on the left, we were clear on the right. Let's go ahead and test our rudder. Oxygen still looks good. Full up and full down. Awesome. Parking brakes released. And nobody's here, but we'll call anyway. See, 4 miles traffic, Delta 1153, taxiing runway 24 via Golf 2 Foxtrot at 4 miles. Nobody's here, nobody cares, let's go. I'm very puzzled as to why these lights keep getting dimmed here. Why this flight deck is so bright. And only when we've got power, which is weird, man. Really don't get it. Anyway. Stop fussing about it. Oh, look. I was going to say, is he going to stop? Could make up his mind there. Dude. Figure it out. Clearing right. Alrighty, let's go ahead and run through the taxi brief here. We've got 4.5 minutes on the engine, so we can go ahead and turn that guy off. Or reset that. Alright, taxi brief, or takeoff brief rather. Still going to Cattle Airport, off runway 24. It's going to be Seashell 7 RNAV to, or with the Georgia transition, RNAV to Maple. And that is going to be using LNAV, VNAV up to 4,000 feet with a 220 knot limit at Snoke. Alrighty, if that sounds good to you. At this point, I'd sit the flight deck, the cabin down. And on that note, I'll do this again so we don't get called later. And we can run through the before takeoff checklist. For takeoff checklist, takeoff briefing, that's reviewed, packs are auto, flaps are set, stabilizer trim is set, flight controls checked, cabin is secured, and runway taxi turn off light switch. I'm going to keep them on before takeoff checklist complete. Whee! aesthetically, man, this airplane just looks so damn good. Whoa, oh, it's only 20 knots. I thought it said 30 knots. There's this program that I'd venture to say that most of the big airlines have called I don't know if it's a program, but anyway, it's it's like a quality controls kind of like department, I guess. So all this information about the aircraft, how fast you're going, altitudes, all that stuff, it goes to I don't know where it goes to, but it's collected, and the I guess the people who monitor that can like tell it, how fast you're going and all the stuff, all that to say that there's a speed where if you're going too fast during taxi, that it'll actually rat on you and until you like lights up and it tells I guess whoever's monitoring that, hey, at so on this date on this particular flight, hey, you FYI, just so you know, you're taxiing at 30 some odd knots, and that's faster than we want you to taxi. So I think there was a program that I was telling you guys about on the last flight that it monitors like how you do on landings and all that stuff. It does the same thing too with like a whole bunch of other parameters. So it's told me I've oversped flaps before on a 7.6 leaving Switzerland. I've landed long once on the 7.5-300 into Vegas, and it's just things like that. But anyway, let's go ahead. I'm just gonna take the runway here. Fort Myers traffic, Delta 1153, departing runway 24 to the north. Last call at Fort Myers, because nobody cares. Lights on, lights on, lights on. I think we've already done all the before takeoff stuff. So camera, done checklist. Yep. All right. I'm gonna turn that timer on, and my timer I think is already on as well too, as we're probably going over the runway here. Oh nope, still no. All right, I think we're good to go. Spill them up. 1.1. Stabilize. Eeper. Maybe not. Startle. Thrust. Normal. V1 rotate. Pause rate. Gear up. It's 15 initially. Probably keep going up. Yeah. Yeah, 159. That's, yeah, we're super light. 20 degrees, no more than that. There's 1,000 feet. Climb power. There's Z per V, nav speed. And so long as we are accelerating, we'll bring the flaps up to 1. And flaps up. After takeoff checklist, I'm gonna go and turn the autopilot on. Landing gear is up and off. Flaps up. APU is off. What else am I missing? Paxter auto. Landing gear up. Flaps up. After takeoff, check speed. Good. Sorry about your ears. Get it, big girl. Alright, so there's 220 knots at Snoke. After Snoke, there we go. Accelerating to 250. And looks like a right turn, roughly 342. Oh, shoot. Let's continue our climb. VNAV. Let's continue all the way up to 380. 38. Fort Myers, we'll be seeing you. It's way up there. Alright, that looks like a right turn, roughly 0. 4. Alrighty, there's 10,000 feet. Seatbelt signs are smoking, actually. Cycle that. You turn the lights off already. Come on. Come on. Wing lights off. Yeah. Turn the sim down just a smidge here. And we'll put some of that smooth jazz back on. Yeah. A little bumpy here. So the turbulence penetration speed for this airplane, our company anyway, is 290 knots, or a 0.78 Mach, whichever one is lower. I guess this isn't too bad. If it seems like it's going to be turbulent for a decent while, or you're just trying to get over a lay or something like that, then I could either open up the speed bug here and roll it back to 290 so that the airplane climbs a little bit faster, and hopefully in attempts to get out of the rough air, or close the window back there. I could program it in here as well too in the econ speed. Either way works. Just kind of depends on however you want to do it. As a matter of fact, I think I will do it. It's a lot more bumpy than it was on the descent, so let's do that for now. Shock tide, that's just Florida for you, isn't it? Tends to be a whole lot choppier too once you get below the cloud layer. I remember a long time ago when I was working on, I think I was still just a private pilot. I was gonna go see my little sister play volleyball with my cousin, and it was gusting like almost up to 30 knots, and honestly I was a little afraid about actually going just because the winds were blowing so much. But we stayed below, and I didn't mind flying high at all, but like we were I think like 6.5, maybe 4 or 5 going to Alabama, and we're below the cloud layer. Now granted, it was something like this, it was like just a few clouds out there, but we were below the cloud layer the entire time. Well, I had requested flight following, and I recall there's a King Air that just happened to be going to the same destination as we were, and I forget how high they were, but they were definitely higher than we were. But they had left a little bit later than we were. They were a little bit further west of where we started, so they were already ahead of us. But obviously they're faster as well too. But they got there before we did, so we got there well after they did. And as we were walking into the FBO, I was talking to the pilot, and he was like, "Hey, where'd you guys come in from?" I told him. He's like, "Oh, yeah, I was what altitude you guys at?" And I told him like whatever 4,500 or so. I was like, "Oh man, like if you would have gotten up, man, if you would have gotten above the he called it a cap-in layer." Now I'd never heard of that before, but ever since then, like I looked it up, and like cap-in layer, and I don't know if it's a real thing or not, because I've brought it up before and some people have never heard of it. But it's just like once you get above that layer of clouds, it's like waves, you know. It's like below where you're in the water, it's churning or whatever, but like once you get above the waves, like if you're in the ocean, like it's calm, but like you've got all the currents and whatnot underneath the water. So if you kind of like think of it in that like aspect, then that's where all your thermals and whatnot is. But like once you get above that, then it's nice and smooth. But yeah, I mean obviously that's not always the case. You can always have clear air turbulence, but generally when you have like your thermals and whatnot on just like a normal summer day, once you get above that cloud layer, it's pretty smooth. But ain't not the case here today at X-Plane, so it happens. Yeah, wings bouncing pretty good too. Oh, anyway, we're 18,000, so checklist, altimeters, 2992, cross-check, 2992 is cross-checked. Climb checklist complete. Or in this case, after takeoff checklist. Good old Florida. I actually used to, so I've flown out of Fort Myers before, and I remember, where are we? There's Lake Okeechobee. It's so interesting to like do a lot of flight training around certain areas, and then like when you go back and fly in that same area, like man, I remember I used to fly around here all the time, and look at me now, you know, 20,000 feet above all the traffic that used to have to avoid doing maneuvers and whatnot. But yep, definitely seen a lot of this side of the country down here in Florida. A lot of our students used to, actually their first cross-country flight used to be down to around Lake Okeechobee down to Pahokee. Used to teach right over there somewhere in Vero Beach. Fun times. Where are we at? There's Lakeland. Coming up to Lakeland. What's everyone in chat generally fly? I keep seeing all these videos of the BFU, the update. Now, I don't speak French too often. I don't fly the Airbuses all that often, but I gotta admit, man, like, Phoenix is the GOAT right now when it comes to these high fidelity airplanes right now. That just the way they're doing things is awesome. I'm a little partial to PMDG just because hey, it looks like it just moved it out. I'm a little partial to PMDG just because I fly Boeings, but yeah, I wish PMDG operated the way Phoenix is right now. Phoenix is just doing everything. I don't know. They are. I think everyone is. They're definitely the company to chase right now. Because why do we stop climbing? All right, figure it out, big girl. Figure it out. But yeah, I think Phoenix is. They're just doing really well right now. At some point, I will try the Airbus out, but I will be going to work. As a matter of fact, I'm off for another day here. Let's check our schedule and see if we've got anything just yet. I will have to go back on call over the weekend, Friday through Monday here. And let's see. There were a ton of trips on the open line. I looked this morning, but let's see if nothing yet. Let's see if those trips are still available. Wow, we're down to 4. That's crazy, and these are cool. So people already on this trip. Let's see. Frisco. Ugh. More transcons. Well, all that to say, I'll probably be, hopefully I'll be sitting at home, if not in the hotel tomorrow. Or the day, not tomorrow, I'll be off tomorrow, but the day after, I'll be home. Let's see what the fline's like out of LA. Hey, as I say that, got rid of that trip. Ooh, DC. The Q4XP and the Rotate MD 80 are your go-to. I haven't tried the Q4 yet, and I purchased an MD80 a long time ago. I don't recall who the company was, but I remember having a lot of fun flying that airplane. And you know what? Shock Tide, I think it might have been the rotate as well too. Max, let me check. Take a look at my account here. But yeah, I do remember flying the rotate MD-80. That was a blast. Let's see, account. Let's get a window view here. Oh. Let's see, products. Tools. Embraer. Yep, rotate MD-80. Yeah, I haven't touched that airplane in a long time. I'm thinking next stream I'll probably hop back into Microsoft Flights. I'm not entirely sure when I fly just yet. Might hop back into the CRJ just for old time's sakes. Dude, look at that wing go. Damn, is it really that bumpy right now? It sure is. There's a trip available. At overnights in DCA. $757 into DC. That would be fun. Both airplanes I've seen in their prime. Yeah, both airplanes that I've seen their prime in the US for sure. As a matter of fact, where was I just a few days ago? I was down in Tampa and I saw an MD-80. I don't know if it, I don't think it was an MD, it definitely wasn't an MD-90 because the engines were still smaller. So I don't know which version of the MD-80 it was, but I didn't recognize the airline. And I don't think it was a cargo airline either because I'm pretty sure they parked it somewhere at the terminal. So somebody's still running an MD-80 out there. Which is pretty cool. I mean, hell, our company is still flying the 7.5, so some people say she's past her prime, but hell, we can't find airplanes to properly replace them, so. How much time do we have here? 18:12. Oh wow, that's actually a lot earlier than I thought. Oh, granted, yeah, I guess we did leave earlier. 17:10, we left at like 16:50 something, I think. Well, hey guys, once again, thanks for tuning in. I know I've really been inconsistent when it comes to streaming here, but like I said, schedule's been a little bit more predictable, I guess we can say, for August. So I'm gonna try my best to stream at least every Wednesday, at least once a week. So don't have a Discord yet or anything like that, so I'll just do my best to try and give you guys as much as of a heads up as I can before we go streaming on Wednesdays. But generally, it's probably going to be during the mornings, just because my girls are not at home, and when they are at home, I prioritize spending time with them. So it's almost going to be impossible for me to stream at any other time than the morning. So mornings, sometimes at Wednesday is probably what the plan is going to be for the at least for August. After August, I have no freaking idea. So we'll just take it 1 month at a time. Oh, so what is going on here that, like, I'm blowing through Jacksonville Center and I haven't gotten a call to give him a call or anything like that. Anyway. Hey Jax, afternoon, Delta 1153. We are 36 climbing 380. Of course, as soon as I call him. No worries.
Delta 1153, reach at transponder squad 3667, 3667.
3667 Delta 1153. 3667. 3.
Jacksonville Center, Delta 2920 with you, ready to copy IFR clearance to Atlanta as filed.
That's not.
Delta 2920, Jacksonville Center, hello, where are you located today?
We're currently in Pensacola.
Delta 2920, roger, clearance request, I'm back.
Ready to copy.
MCO. So let's see what this weather is supposed to do later this afternoon.
Delta 2920, have need routing for you, advise for the copy.
I'm ready to copy, Delta 2920.
Delta 2920, cleared to the Atlanta Hartsman International Airport via Resurrectus Crestview DOR, that's Charlie Echo Whiskey, direct in it, that's Echo November, Tango, join the Gandalf to arrival. Clementine 3000, expect level 280, 1 minutes after departure, departure is with me in squad 6743.
Clear to Atlanta, as filed, via TWR, and then Enid, then the Gandalf, to arrival, climb and maintain 3000, expect flight level, 290 after 10, squawk 6743, departure is going to be with you, Delta 2920.
Delta 2920, thank you, Redback is correct, call for taxi, expect runway 17.
Will call for taxi for runway 17, Delta 2920.
Jackson Center, good afternoon. Command Center Niner with you. Level 340.
Command 709, Jacksonville Center, hello, off.
And Command Center Niner requesting climb flight level 360 if possible.
Command 709, Clementine flight level 360.
Clementine level 360, Command Center Niner.
Rick 963, runway 33, taxi via Alpha Charlie. Jacksonville Center, hello, Spring is 1836, passing 1000, about 7 miles west of the Orlando Viewer. Swimming's 1860, correction, 1836, Jacksonville Center, good afternoon, Clementine flight level 350. 350, Swimming is 1836. United 1899, Jacksonville Center, one more. Piedmont 6095 Atlanta Eastern Flight radar services terminated. The frequency change approved. So long.
Over to Unicom 6095, so long.
Good day, sir. This is Delta 371. We're back.
Delta 371, welcome back. Southwest 16.3, cross from 80 out of maintain 11,000. Altimeter 3006. 3003 at Mayday at 11,000, Southwest 1643.
Well, guys, I guess it's never too late to go ahead and start taking a look at the approach here. Let's see. So, I'll hop on the internet here. It looks like the real aircraft is going to Bravo 12. So, RAM 2. Gandalf 2. Let's see, so Dawn, then Bjorn, Strider, 24, at or above 24 actually. Then Gimli, Azog, Smog, Gandalf at 250 at or above 11, Harl 250 at or above 10, Shoal. First hard at 8,000 feet, then Jungle Cubit, and Vectors to runway 9 right. I've got 10 here just in case. I mean, I seriously doubt we would use 10, but just in case Center did get on there and for some reason don't want us to use runway 10, but we plan for runway 9 right. Let's set the frequency here, 108.5. Zero 095, Bernie 2700. Barrow's gonna be 1226. So the way in which we're gonna bug that is just look at the first three numbers and we'll just bug that. So 226. That's close enough. 220. And let's do that on the left side as well here. And we'll go with auto brakes to again. None. Let's get this away here. Prog page. Landed with approximately 8.9 with roughly 12.8 there, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say 3,000 pounds, which will equate to 8.81.1, and gives us a ref of Pops 25 127, which plus 5 equates to 132. And didn't need to bug it because it keeps doing that for me. So awesome. 132 is bugged there with Fox 5 at 165, and that's pretty damn close. 165 and 205. Oh, 9 right is 108.9, not 108.5. 0.9. I'm gonna zero that out. Alright, so we're pretty much set up here. Let's just go ahead and talk about it real quick. So,
I'm gonna fly PFR to Jacksonville like that.
just looked at the fixes here. We're good to go down to 8,000 feet once we start descending via the Gandalf 2. We're playing for 9, right? I think they're... Let's see. We are... I guess IFR. It's probably, yeah, looks like, yeah, they're shooting ILSs. So ILS... oh, PRM. 9, right? In that case... Let's do this. Approach. Not 9, right? Not 10. But ILS PRM 9, right? And ILS PRM 10.
I didn't catch the runway. You say again, this is 11.
Differences here, we are gonna have to now monitor. Where's the frequency? Monitor 132.55 here. So let's set 132.55 in the event we need to use it. So ILS PRM 9 right, the frequency is still going to be 108.9, final approach course of 095. And across Bernie 2700, the barrow is going to be 1226 still, and min safe is 3100 feet. If we need to go around, it will be, as previously discussed, up to 4,000 feet to the Athens VR. Oh, I'm sorry, to Connie, rather. And that should be in the box here. If we go to hold, yep, Connie's in the box, and looks like a right turn. Right turn, inbound of 055, that checks out there. So we can actually just leave it on LNAV if we really need to do the published miss there. Otherwise, it'll be in AS, or they've got an ASLF to Pappy's on the right side. Runway, or sorry, on the left side rather. Runway 9 right is 9,000 feet of grooved concrete. It'll be a left turn at November 10, and we'll either get to cross here at Delta or take the Whiskey Loop, which I don't know if it's modeled at the airport that I currently have right now. So probably cross the runway at some point, and we're on our ramp too. If we do need to break out on the ILS PRM, it'll be, we'll turn the autopilot off, turn the flight directors off, recycle them real quick, and then I'll probably just select vertical speed to either descend or climb, and we'll disconnect the autopilot, disconnect the flight directors, and I'll turn away from the
Delta 1153, descendment time flight level 340.
You send me flight level 340, Delta 1153. And then we'll either climb or descend away from the traffic, and then we'll turn the autopilot back on again and try the approach again. There's 34, and we're going to recruise at 34, and again 34 shows up. Oh, it doesn't. Whatever, we'll just set 34 here. 34 right there, there's 34, and it should be for, nope, idle VNAV speed. Don't know why it's going idle. I want to cruise that 0.80. Thank you. 0.80 there, 0.80 and 250 knots and 10,000 feet.
Jacksonville Center, November
Restriction.
11-5 agent date. Clear runway 16.
Roger.
Now, in the real box, when I put this restriction here, it should delete this speed transition, but, you know, again, just another thing that should get looked at, but it is what it is. Let's get rid of this chart here. Good night. You do not have to be so aggressive. So the method in which I just used to get us down to 34, it's kind of what we do in the real airplane now. Since it wanted to slow down to 0.76, it essentially just power's already idle, so it's just pitching for the speed, which is why I went down so quickly here. But you know, if we're not in any hurry, I'll sometimes use vertical speed just to make it more comfortable in the back. But yeah, just different methods in which to use here to get the aircraft to do what we want it to do. Alright, top of D is in 80 miles here. This dude is blowing it up on the saxophone. And why do we have such a big... Oh no. I think my I need to recalibrate my yoke here. Well, that's gonna be fun to deal with during the landing.
Jacksonville Center, Southwest 60.3, vacated 360.
Southwest 60.3, ready to pick you.
Jacksonville Center, November 11-5, always short of 7 minutes.
November 115, Roger. Hold short of 7 left landing traffic.
Always short landing traffic, 11-5, cut.
4310, Jacksonville Center, Delta 2920, ready to go, runway 17.
Still calling at once.
Jacksonville Delta 2586 is with you, flight level 350. Sorry for the delay. Our frequency has changed to Unicom instead of actually letting you put it here.
Delta 2556, Jacksonville Center, up on welcome. Ready, Delta 2990, flight run correction 29920, flight run heading runway 17, clear for takeoff. American 2522, reset transponder squad 3353, 3353.
American 253, 3530.
Negative 3353, 3353.
335, sorry about that, American.
Hey, no problem.
Jacksonville Center, American 4310.
Loud and clear. American 433, Roger, clearance request. Break America, correction unit at 1899. Miami Center, reach flight radar services. Terminated, frequency change approved, so long.
Jacksonville Center, American 742 at flight level 380, hello.
American 792, Jacksonville Center, hello, welcome on board.
Dark Tide, I'm partial, but yeah, man, she is definitely aesthetically pleasing.
Radio teacher, right, welcome to Daytona, taxi to Yoke, to the Papa, we'll see you. Remember 1158, flight runway heading, runway 7 left, clear for takeoff.
The 300 is,
Copy,
it's, in my opinion, just a little bit too long.
American 963, radar contact.
But it has its moments too, I guess.
Who else was checking on?
Southwest 3089 out of Orlando, 14.
Definitely more partial to the 200 though.
Southwest 3089, Jacksonville Center, good afternoon. Climate 10, flight level 230.
Level 330, Southwest 3089.
American 43, 10 minutes ready, advisory to copy.
43, 10 ready, copy.
American 43, clear to the Key West Airport as filed, Clementine 3000, expect 17,000, 3 minutes after departure. Departure is with me, squawk 7646.
43, take to the Key West National Airport, expect 3000. Expect 17,000, 10 minutes after departure.
American 43, 10, thank you, readback is correct, call for taxi, runway 7 left.
Taxi, 43, confirm push on discretion.
Affirmative.
Jacksonville Center, November 11, 580, airborne 6,650 feet.
November 1158, thank you, radar contact your left, now of course, maintain VFR out of below 4,500 for now.
758, proceed on course and maintain 4,500 or below. Thank you much.
Delta 2920, radar contact, say altitude.
We are at 3,000, Delta 2920.
2920, thank you, turn left, direct crest, VVR, climate 10, flight level 280.
That's one name for it.
Correction 290, or correction 280, Delta 2920.
Delta 2920, you can turn left, direct crest, VVR, that's Charlie Echo Whiskey, first fix, near flight plan.
Roger, left to the VOR, Charlie Echo Whiskey, climb maintain flight level 280, Delta 2920.
Citation 5, Delta Zulu 4, vector set for the arrival, turn right heading 270, this is maintain flight level 360.
Correct 270 down to 360 for 5 Delta Zulu. Center, this is Delta.
Say again, sorry?
Delta 271. Distance down to 1,000.
If you could ask me first, but I guess that worked. Delta 371 to 17 flight level 200.
Jackson for 5 Delta, you confirm. 5 Delta Zero, confirm you said right 270?
5 Delta Chili affirmative heading 270 down to 36,000.
270 down to 36,000. I have a short memory.
Yeah, that's a complicated instruction. Spur wings 1234, turn left direct or lean. Spur wings 1234.
Alrighty,
turn left
top of
direct
D
or
is
lean.
just right around the corner here, guys. So
Direct lean for 1234.
if Jax doesn't give it to us,
53 Atlantis on land radar service.
Never mind.
Terminated, frequency change approved, so long.
frequency change approved. Have a good one, Delta 1153. Okay, well, it's up to us now, guys. So let's go back to 122.8. And let's just go ahead and descend via. So that bottom altitude is 8,000 feet at Schuler. Just gonna go ahead and set that now. And we'll pretend that pilot discretion to descend via the whatever it is, Gandalf 2. Gandalf 2. So 8,000 feet set. And I will go ahead and descend now. So again, in the real bird, the real box here, you click the descend now box and it's like, hey, execute. Here, it's just click and down it goes. Either way, it gets the job done, and there goes auto ATC telling me to descend via the Gandalf 2. At land altimeter is 3006. And we'll set that on the standby altimeter here. So long as we've got the VNav on, it should honor all the speeds and altitudes here for the vertical path. Now, apparently, what we like to do here is we'll go to the Prog 2 page, because once you get in the real airplane, once you get above, it's like 400 feet or so, 460 feet, something like that, it'll disappear. The numbers here will disappear, and you just have the football telling you either high or you're too low. And the only way to really look at how high you are on a vertical track here is to come into the Prog page 2. It's not necessary to monitor this, but it's good practice, and apparently it comes from a lot of the former MD-80 pilots who used to fly that, I guess. I would just monitor this page like it's a bad habit, but so long as you got the VNav on, it should honor it. And then again, once it gets within like 400 some odd feet, then you'll get the football that will come in here. And there it goes. I think, we're speed right now, so it should be on hold. Anyway. The auto mode should go to idle here and stay on VNav path. But for some reason, it looks like... What's going on here? See, that's what I mean about the vertical. Like, we were catching the path just perfectly, and it was like a nice steady decrease, and then like all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, you went from 200 feet to like now you're on the path, and then the airplane just like dives. So just some gremlins on the vertical navigation here. Now again, I don't want to be too harsh on flight factor, because I have no freaking idea how hard it is to program any of this stuff, let alone like, you know, just even model an airplane correctly on the outside. So I'll just call them gremlins, because it's definitely not how the airplane should act. It's doing what it needs to right now. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt signs on, because it's awfully bumpy. What do we got down there? What airport is that? No idea. Columbus, Georgia. That doesn't seem like... Oh yeah, it is. Yes, it is. That's right. Jeez, this place gives me like anxiety. I used to, when I was working on my commercial, I did my 10 night landings here. And I tell you what, that's been the only time I've ever been to Columbus, Georgia, and I had enough of it. Can't tell you how many times I did those landings and how many times I saw this Piggly Wiggly off to the right side here at night, trying to fly over it every time, doing the same landing on the traffic pattern. But anyway, I don't want to ever see Columbus, Georgia again, simply because of that. What's up, drag required. Nah, you're fine. Nah, you're fine. What is our altimeter again? 3006. 3006. Temperature down there is hot Atlanta probably. 30 degrees. What's 30? Like 85? 30 times 9 divided by 5 plus 32 is 86. And mostly cloudy and winter calm. Alright folks, so on the flight deck, first officer speaking, start of descent towards Atlanta here. Seatbelt signs are on for the remainder of the flight. Should be on the ground in about another 20 minutes where the temperature is 85 degrees with calm winds and mostly clear skies. I appreciate you flying with us and I look forward to seeing you on a future flight. Flight attendants, please prepare cabin for arrival. You're welcome there, Mr. Invisible Captain, for making your announcements for you. That looks like... What airport is that? LSF. Wait, what? Is that Columbus, Georgia? Plain spot and use. I would take. I don't want to take credit. 30 degrees. I know it's like close to 85 or so. But you get 10 degrees above that, below that. Yeah, I'm in the woods. I have no idea, man. But you see those numbers often, and you just kind of. I know a formula to convert it from Celsius to Fahrenheit. I keep forgetting what it is from Fahrenheit to Celsius, but usually you don't have to do that. But yeah, you see those numbers often and you kind of have a decent idea, but if not, then I have my little formula for me. All right, coming up to 18 grand. I'm not sure what we're listening to here. Let's run through the descent checklist. Descent checklist. Pressurization is landing altitude 1030. That works. Recall was checked. Check it again. Oh, so it's not a big deal here. It's just like a maintenance function, I guess, that we do for them. But when the power is idle, this little event record button here, we just push that in, and I guess it just takes a snapshot of the engine parameters up here at altitude, so that maintenance can do whatever to do with it. But once the power goes idle, we can shoot or click the recall button here and event record. So recall is checked, auto brakes is set, and I'm thinking I'm gonna have to turn this music down here because I cannot think. Landing data is the VREF is set and approach briefing is complete. Descent checklist is complete. Let's go ahead and turn some lights on here. Landing and wing lights. Plane spotting news. Where is that picture from on your little profile there? Is that Kennedy? Charlotte? suppose we can turn the sounds back up here. There is X-Plane. Oops. Alright. Cover your earballs. Oh, that looks so damn good. Abso-freaking-lutely love this airplane. So, when I joined the airline, I had the choice of flying either the 7-3, the Airbus, or this, and there was a part of me that really wanted to fly the 7-3 for the simple fact that I've been toying around with the PMDG for so long, and I'm like, you know what, you already know the 7-3 like the back of your hand. Plus, your brother already flies, he's on the left seat, and you know, so it'd be like nice to fly with Big Bro. But at the same time, I'm like, these birds are not gonna be around much longer. Yeah, it sucks to have to commute to work, but like, at the same time, it's a 7.5, it's a 7.6, so definitely worn out. And I don't regret the decision at all. 7.3 is gonna be around for a while, I'm sure. So you can always fly with them later, but in the meantime, I'm gonna enjoy my 7.5, my little Atari Ferrari over here. Yeah, I know, right, Joshua? I think so too, Shocktide. I think so too. Alright, smog. I want to say there was a limit there. Nope, there was not. Gandalf. 250 at 11, or at or above 11, and Harl at or above 10. Don't think we're going to have an issue making those. And that inbound course was 09 or 058. 058. Zoom in on this side here. And I probably should get on CTAF because I'm pretty sure there's traffic down there. Let's see. Yep, at least one person. There's a decent amount of non-airplanes down there. In that case, if there's no controllers, I'm not even gonna worry about runway 10. Josh, I'm right there with you, dude. I cannot wait. On the flight down to Fort Myers earlier this morning, I was going through the article that Navigraph had written about Bluebird, and I'd specifically kind of just held off on it because I wanted to read it on chat and just kind of get my reaction to it. But yeah, dude, I can't wait. Like all the little intricacies that like the 7.5 has, that they're going to be programming on the like systems and whatnot. Man, I can't wait to see it. And then eventually, like seeing the 7.5 or seeing the 7.6 down the line at some point, it's like just gonna take me back to the level D days when I was back in high school, and instead of doing homework, I'm trying to do like figure out how to do a oceanic flight and figuring out how to start engines. And like I remember me specifically, that's when I figured out how to learn how to like use the packs and start engines, like, and all that stuff. So it's really going to be cool going back to the 7.6 and a proper 7.6. I have tried the RHD sim here in Microsoft Flight Sim, but like the last update, I'm not sure what happened. It like none of the avionics work. So I've got to give it a try again. I was on his Discord, and I think he might have worked on a fix or something like that. So I'll have to see if I can figure it out. I know he's I know it's just like a single person working on it, and I think he's a college student or something like that. So, you know, I get it. I don't think it's like a Captain Sim kind of thing because Buddy's like, I know he's working on it by himself, and I don't think he ever really said it was going to be like a high fidelity sim or anything like that. So, but I'm all for, you know, new developers trying to get in the market and giving them the support that they need. So, might have to check it out some other time. All right, there's 10,000 feet, 250 knots. Let's go ahead and get the frequency tuned in here, 108.9095. And where's my port checklist? Altimeters. Whoops. Right rope. 3006. Yeah, so we're definitely gonna be high. Speed breaks up. Just lift the people out of their seats there. 3006. That's cross check and navigates are set. Approach checklist is complete. Holding the flight attendant super late. Sorry guys. And we definitely did make Schuler at 8,000 feet there, so ASAP. Let's go ahead and flight level change to 50 knots here. Let's continue our descent down to 5,000 feet. Flight level change. Thank you. Let's see here. Guy for easy. Alright, we'll continue our descent down to 4,000. Okie doke. Coming up to 544. Let's go ahead and slow down 210 knots here. Oh, and a rule of thumb here is the aircraft seems to slow down about 10 knots for every... Oh man, what is it? It's like a mile for every 10 knots. So I think if we can descend at about roughly 500 feet per minute, should be able to slow the aircraft down without using any speed brakes here. It's just fine. And then, yeah, we're 230 knots, so we'll go ahead and select flaps 1. Yeah, plenty of time to slow down. Tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and arm the speed brakes. I don't think I'll need them again here. I think I might have slowed down a little bit too early there, but that's alright. Let's go ahead and turn left to, call it 070, heading select is active. And we'll extend it from guy, it looks like. Guy 095, execute. And let's go ahead and arm localizer. Let's see, guy is roughly 15 miles out. I'll go ahead and make our first call from there. Alright, looks like Yoke is active. And missed approach altitude is 4,000 feet, so that will work just fine. Line traffic Delta 1153 is 50 miles out, final for 9 right, Atlanta.
Line traffic Delta 4656, 5 miles final for 1 on the way, 8 left. Land traffic.
Almost had a panic attack there for a second, because 8 left and 8 right are in the shadow, and I just initially saw 2 runners on this side, and I just thought that I guess this taxiway over here was 9 left and that was 9 right. I'm like, oh, how did I end up on the other side of the airport? Whew, alright. Let's go ahead and slow down to 180 now, and we'll maintain 180 knots until Bernie there. Alright, there goes the glide slope. I'll activate or arm the glide slope action. Alright, 200 knots, flaps to 5. And let's see, flaps 15, limit is to 10. Let's go ahead and set flaps to 15. Glide slope is active. Radio altimeter is live. That's when I personally like to bring the gear down. So gear down, flaps to 20. And I'm coming up to Bernie, so let's go ahead and roll speed back to final pro speed 132. See if that ref, yeah, it's a good ref. 132. And let's make one more call. Atlanta traffic, Delta 1153, 5 mile final for 9 right at Atlanta. And flaps to 25, landing checklist please. Landing checklist, where are we at? Landing gear is down, speed brakes armed, cabin secured, landing gear is down, speed brakes armed, flaps are set, landing checklist is complete. And let's go ahead and screw this up because Yoke's all left up. Alright, belts off. Super slow and getting low. 1,000 feet, clear to land, approach altitude is set. Let's kick the auto throttles off.
Atlanta traffic, American 3299, taxiing at Rock via Echo, Atlanta.
Getting a little high. That's a little extreme.
Atlanta traffic, Delta 4656 is vacate runway 8 left. Atlanta traffic.
500.
Oh, thermals.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Speed brakes up. And we got to reverse. Auto brake 1. And auto brakes off.
Atlanta traffic, American 3299 now, taking off a ride, RNF to Ronnie, Atlanta.
Idle, start the clock here. Appreciate it. That'll work. Still use the airplane. And I don't think anybody was departing off 9 left. Am I correct? I believe so. On traffic, Delta 1153 is crossing 9 left at Delta, taxiing back to ramp 2 via Lima at Atlanta. Clear on the left. Cleared across, I hope. Ooh, is that a land chili? Look at that. Land chili 340. Alright, let's clean her up real quick. Turn off. Lights off. 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 Turn off. Turn off. Turn off. Jeez Louise. AP, let's go ahead and turn this guy on. As
Foxtrot Sierra, Foxtrot,
what the?
Foxtrot Sierra Tango Sierra, Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta IN, Foxtrot Sierra.
What did I just click? I can't get back into flight there.
Foxtrot
What the hell?
Tango Sierra, Hartsfield, Jackson, Atlanta, INTL Tower. Please contact ground on 121.650.
I'm very confused. I don't know what I just hit, but it won't let me back in the flight deck.
Foxtrot, Foxtrot, Sierra, Tango, Sierra. Hartsfield, Jackson, Atlanta, INTL Tower.
Okay,
Please
then.
contact ground on 121.650.
Alright. Flight director's off. Oh my gosh. Autopilot off. Please. Yeah, I just realized that. Shock tide, thank you. I guess I was like hitting a reset like radio button or something. I totally forgot what gate I said we were going to. Bravo 12. Okie dokie. Alright, APU is up and running. Let's so I said we turned the right engine off last time. Let's actually do that. Or let's turn the I said to turn the left off and I turned the right off, so let's actually do that this time. APU bleed on. And what have we got down there? 3 minutes. Good. Cool down. So left side coming offline this time. Now let's see if the PT works back there. Didn't think so. That's okay. That's all right. All right, here's a ramp to... And Bravo, there's Bravo 10 and 12. So try not to slam on the brakes here. Let's turn the nose gear light off. Whoops. Sorry, folks. Not quite there yet. Alrighty, parking brake set. It is set. Let's let them up and shut her down. Thank you, Volanta. And let's send that off. And let's go through the shutdown flow. Restart fan. That's shut that guy off. And I think that's it. Shutdown checklist. Hydraulic panel is set. Fuel pumps are off. Flaps are up. Park brake is set. Fuel control switch is off. And weather radar is off. Shutdown checklist complete. Let's check out as we log off of here first. That replay. Thank you. Okay, girl. I know you can do it. Gonna give you a moment to collect your thoughts. Actually, it looks like it's loaded pretty good here, so let's go ahead and see what we got. Did I reset the trim? I did not. Bad FO. Still think the flight dynamics. I know their flight factor is just now working on the on updating this aircraft for X-plane, but like it seems like the dynamics are a little I don't know, just wonky. I don't know how to describe it, but I don't know. It's maybe I'm just used to flying on rails in X or Flight Sim 2020 as well too, but. It wasn't too bad. Definitely had worse on this sim before. I will say, as massive as these wings are in this airplane, it's easier for me to land this than it was the CRJ, because for one, you do have the radio altimeter that counts down from like 100 feet, or from 50 feet, I should say. From 50 it goes down every 10 feet, but I find it a lot easier to fly than the CRJ, to land in the CRJ, especially the 900. 900 kind of flies like the 75300 does, where it's well, the 300 it flies flat, but like you really have to fly the airplane to the ground. The 200, you can cut the power down at maybe 30 feet or so and then just fly it to the ground. As big as these wings are, it just like hangs in the ground effect. It gives you a really good opportunity to kind of like ease it down into the ground. But the 200, 300 rather, it's a little bit more. Really have to land the airplane flat. So anyway, that wasn't too bad, guys. Not too bad. All that being said, X-plane is, I think the environmental stuff here has definitely gotten a bit of a upgrade. It's nowhere near FS 2020, but I think they're doing their best to catch up. That being said, I think I've had enough of X-plane here for at least one stream. Next stream, I think we'll go back to 2020. I don't know what I want to do quite yet. Like I said, maybe I'll hop on the CRJ. The part of me wants to try out the RHD 76 just to see if it's possible to do like a flight from A to B. But we'll see. All that being said, guys, thanks a lot for tuning in. I know this was a little bit of a longer one than usual here, but like I said, I'm gonna try and do this every Wednesday, just depending on what my schedule looks like here. But as of right now, things look like it should be pretty stable and very predictive for August. So
Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International information current altimeter 3006.
Well, that was cool. I didn't know it did that. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something from it. And with that being said, I will see you guys in the next one.